No ideme na to. Ideme to prúdiť. Ako povedz sa tam studeného drž groša. Čo to skontrolujeme? Čo sa týka Power of Exile, tam sú nejaké pozitíva. Problém s Power of Exile je, že tá liga nevyzerá nejako naozaj, že tučne. Vyzerá to ako... Ale nie je to aj taký prepad, ako bola Mirage. Mirage to bola úplná sračka, to bola hniloba. Toto je o niečo menšia hniloba, ale... Takže... Aby skončí... No ale najväčší pozitív je, že aby skončí. Že aby posielal do ryti. A toto je veľmi dobrá sekera. Ja som sa niekde searching module. Takes on as a critical strike chance. Let's increase physical damage. Means a 27% chance to impale attack hit per socketed Ghastly Jewel. 6 Ghastly Jewel tam môžeš dať. Spine Snatcher, Flager per. Oni môžu mať impale na úrovni. Každý atak impale. 100% impale šanca. Môžeš tam mať 6 Ghastly Jewel. Which is fucking big. Which is fucking big. Ale stále to nebude viacej ako... Stále to najlepšie ako náš grasp. Oveľa ľahšie sa budú robiť, samozrejme už keď sú uprdele. Keď máš uprdele farby. Ťažko povedať, no. Skúšať číslo 2. Ideme sa do toho studeného držgaša, hneď som tu. Čo sa týka ostatných vecí, mali som kúpiť toho Matsosa, aj keď teda pýta okolo 2000, okolo 3000 to bude. Je to damage Matsosa. Takže to máco sa na 99% kúpime tiež. To je, má síce iba 159 potenciál, ale 159 je dosť a hlavne ide o to, že tá krídelnická rola je veľmi špecifická ťažká rola. A Matsu sa to naozaj tam burcuje. Má iba ambície 5, ale má work rate, má determináciu, má profesionalizmus, takže on sa bude zlepšovať na slušnej, solidnej úrovni. Takže to jednoznačne asi ešte kúpime určite. A musím uznať, že tento náhnitý trón ma už vôbec neinšpiruje. Ale ťažko povedať, to nemusí byť trónom. To sú iné problémy. Táto sauna, v ktorej som... Táto sauna, v ktorej som, je brutálna. Táto sauna je asi, táto brutálna sauna, v ktorej som zašuverený. To spôsobuje. No, to nie je, že trón, mňa nebaví nič v tejto saune.
It is my favorite customer.
Kde sú tie boxy? Ja neviem, čo to vymysleli zase, Ačko bude dávať maximálne 2. No takže tu sme dali všetko na 58. Vôbec ma toto už nebaví vôbec. Ale to není trón, ako som povedal, to sauna. Príliš dlho som v saune. Dá sa povedať, že ja som zo sauny nevyšiel 2 týždne. Už si to sa začína pýtať svoju daň. Je to dobré. A naozaj ma to nebaví. Lebo keď bol Power of Exile, keby dneska začala nová liga Power of Exile, tak ho točím non-stop, to není sauna. Naozaj ma to nevie. Ako je to aj sauna, ale... Ale... Toto je úplná sračka. Ako tento je úplná sračka. Holy cashing.
Great football from Wrexham, brilliant football. Through the legs of Harry Maguire, player at the back post, completely unmarked. Played through us like a bloody jigsaw. Pieced apart like a jigsaw against Wrexham. Brilliant football. Brilliant.
That's it.
I hope they haven't started filming the Amazon Prime documentary yet. I hope All or Nothing's not been started filming yet. Remember, we got that this season, guys. All or Nothing.
Sandiska, kde loch. Nič hovorím, ono. Ale je pravda, že aj keby som mal teraz točiť Power Exile, je to teplo, by to tá sauna, no. A keď si predstavím, že teraz mám začať točiť Power Exile, ani do toho by som moc nechcel, do ničoho sa mi nechce, no. Táto sauna je brutálna. A to som tu mal už aj 37, teraz tu mám len 34,5. Ale tu asi ide tu o to dlhodobo, že ako dlhodobo už som v tej saune. Ne. A je to sauna. Žiadny pičus by to nevydržal ani 1 hodinu. To už pičus sa poznám. A ja som tu non-stop v tejto saune. A pičusovia to nevydržia ani hodinu. Si pamätám pičného fúza, ako išiel von, že mu je zle, on musí ísť von. A zdá sa mi, že vtedy to aj nebolo takáto sauna, aká je to teraz. Že to bolo menšie. Pičný šejk, ten išiel do hotela. Ten povedal, že on je do hotela. Takže áno, no. Je to sauna, čo mu devastuje. Lebo je pravda, že keby som mal teraz začať Power Exile točiť, tak no man. Toto by teoreticky tiež mohla byť dobrá vec, ale tým, že tie hory sú tam, že to dávajú do hor, nemám rád hory. Ja som nikdy nemal rád hory. Proste vždy aj keď bol, ako sa to volalo? Už aj neviem. Ten ostrov Tropico. A keď bolo Tropico, keď som Tropico otáčal, tak som vždy išiel čo najväčšiu plošinu. A toto je doslova postavené na horách. Plesáčka. Postavené na pičných horách. Nič, podľa mňa nezvládam tú saunu. Sauna je ten hlavný dôvod. Druhý hlavný dôvod samozrejme je to, že nie je čo točiť. Ale ako som povedal, aj keď bol teraz Path of Exile, tak nie som nadšený to začať otáčať. Vôbec. Vôbec, aj keby si teraz predstavím, že nová liga začne o 5 minút, tak sa mi to nechce točiť. Ako točil by som to Path of Exile, na to som viacej zvedavý, ale táto sauna to je brutalizmus, to je chore. To je chore, táto sauna už decimuje, už nepomáhaj studený drž, gaš. V pondelok by to malo byť už v kľude a v závetri. V pondelok by už malo začať závetri. Vôbec. A to je sa mi nechce točiť Trón, to ani není až tak sauna, ne. Sauna môže za všetko, ale Trón... Sauna je hlavný dôvod, ale Trón je sračka. Lebo napríklad manažer nie je sračka, hej, a nechce sa mení manažera točiť v tejto saune. Ale to preto, že manažer je tvrdá práca, tam musím rozmýšľať. Zase nový kontakt Matsosovi, snaží sa kúpiť Matsosa. V kuse ma otravu, že chcú odísť. Teraz Nedič vyplakáva. Jak pičuc. Že som ho nepredal niekam, už ma to nebaví s nimi tiež. V kuse ma otravujú, v kuse pláču všetci. Nedič vyplakáva, že ja som ho nepredal do paseky a do paškvilu. To je úplne prácka na tú hlavu. Tiež taký vránač. Je to brutalita táto sauna, je to brutalita. Je to brutalita. Ako to 60 dáme pravdepodobne, ako som povedal. Ja som povedal, že ten 60 level, že bude do 24. A naozaj to zatiaľ vyzerá na ten 60 level. Máš 6 dní ešte. Máš nedelu, pondelok, útorok, streda, štvrtok, piatok, hej. Za 6 dní by som mal dať 60-ku. Teoreticky. Je to v teoretike, praktike. Samozrejme v teoretike, praktike. Ale práve táto sračka sa otáča, lebo nevie, či otáčať. Jeden zomrel veľmi rýchlo, ten Picius. Čo je to za chuja? Tá sauna musí degradovať, to teplo. To je degradácia. A to má 31 000 života, tak to je 31 000, piči sa má. Teraz by mali mať minimálne 40 000, nemá ani 40, taký sú tukaní. On má s 10% bonusom 31 000. Bez bonusu má nejakých 28 000 života, úplný kokoti. Úplný hajzli títo ľudia, úplný hajzli. To je chore. To je chore. PvP hit šanca. Mana cost deficiency, magic heavy attack šanca, heavy attack šanca, úplný kokoti. PvP hajzli, mana regenerácia, range heavy attack evasion. To je chore. Heavy attack šanca. Magic heavy attack šanca. Heavy attack šanca tam má kokot. Úplne zbytočné. Keby namiesto tých dvoch heavy attack šanci mal život, tak možno by prežil. Možno by prežil z 1000 HP. Možno. Ale to je jedno, to sú kokoti tí ľudia. Idú úplne kokotiny, idú heavy attack šance, jak tupé mozky. To nemá zmysel ani rozoberať, to ani vidieť nechcem.
Welcome to the Sports Bar Special, massive semi against Argentina. I'm Jamie Hara, my sidekick Jason Cundy alongside me. God save the King! Come on, England!
They've actually tailored their team
Yeah.
and their tactics.
Ah! Well done, boys. Go on, move it.
Already.
Go on, move it quick.
Ah.
Go on. Hey, referee, that's two. That's two, ref. That's two. Come on, referee. Come on, you.
We need to play the dark arts, Jay. Jay, it started already, and we are up for the battle.
Hey, look at this. They're after Bellingham. Look at them. Look, they're all round it. Look at them. Look.
They're trying to want Bellingham up. And do you know what? Bellingham needs to smile, laugh.
What a ball.
We need to keep
What a ball. Go on then, Morgan. Come on in. Let's see what you're going to do here. Go on then. Get to the byline. Go on then. Well done.
By the way, Jay, how many times have we said, you and I, get to 1v1 with the format, take him on the outside. Don't be predictable.
Come on in. Go on in. Come on in. 4v4. 4v4. Make the right pass. Have a dig. Have a dig. Do something. Have a dig, Gordon. Have a shot. Do something. Do you know what? I'm embarrassed for Argentina. I think it's embarrassing the way they've approached this game. I know. I get it. It's Argentina.
Well,
I get it. They're South American. I get all that. But this is embarrassing.
Well,
like the housery, the way they're doing it, the way they're trying to get Bellingham sent off, the way they're just trying to like lay on the floor. It's embarrassing. You're World Cup champions. You are the champions of this tournament right now. And is this what you? Is this how you play?
This goes deeper than this game. There is needle in this game, and they're trying to bring the needle out.
What is going on here? What is going on here? This is outrageous.
How's that not a free kick?
This is outrageous, mate. We're getting nothing.
How's that not a free
Thomas
kick?
Tuchel's going mad. on
How's
the
that
side.
not a free kick?
This is outrageous. Honestly. It's England versus Argentina and the ref. Honestly, this is a disgrace.
What is that?
It's a booking. It's a booking.
What is that?
It's a booking.
If that's not a yellow card, what is? How many more? How many more? I don't know when you're going to get your card out, ref. Have you got your cards?
Oh, he's getting a card out. He's getting a card out. It's unbelievable. He's getting a card out. It's unbelievable. He's got a card out. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. He's got a card out.
You got to laugh, mate.
This is embarrassing.
Mate, he's found
It's
his card.
embarrassing.
Told
They've
you
had
first
10
time.
fouls.
I told you
10
first-
fouls they've had. Crap. It's crap.
No, it's not crap.
No, it is crap,
It's
Steve.
not
It is,
crap.
mate. We're in the World
This-
Cup semi-final.
This is not.
There's not enough quality,
This
mate.
is not-
Morgan Rogers ain't a right
This
winger.
is not crap.
Morgan Rogers ain't a right winger.
It's not crap. I've seen crap. This ain't crap. Right?
Come on. We had
No,
a
it's
shot.
not, it's not crap. This is a war of attrition. This is going to be
I
a
need Saka.
a
I need to
game.
see Saka
a
at
ga-
half
Of
time.
course, I agree with you, but it ain't crap.
Go on, it's the last second, boys. Get a cross off. It's the last seconds. Surely you know it's the last seconds. Cross, out his feet, wedge, back post. Go in. Corner. I don't think we're going to get the corner. No, it's over. I have to say, I get it. It's 0-0. It's half time. I need more.
I'm not unhappy, mate. This is one of the most intense games in world football. World Cup semi-final. I'm happier than you.
Okay.
Out of 10, I'm 7.5 happy.
I'm 6.5. England v Argentina, second half just kicked off. Chase, we said we was happy with the first half, but I want to see a bit more from the boys. Just a,
I mean, when I say
just a
I'm
bit
happy,
more quality in wide areas. That's what I'm looking at.
of course, but when I say I'm happy, I'm not like delighted. I'm just like knowing the situation. Argentina, a bit of space. They've not seen that by the way in the middle of the park. This is the rarest. He's going nowhere. Am I happy? I'm not unhappy, Jay. Book it!
Rev, it's a
Book
booking!
it!
Well done, referee! Well done, referee! Thank you! Thank you!
Brilliant from Bellingham.
Right,
Romero,
both centre halves on a booking. Both centre halves on a booking.
both on the booking.
Both on a booking. I tell you what, he's
But-
done well there. That ball's
but-
bouncing as well.
That is top draw.
Yeah, well played, Romero, and then he gets booked.
Yeah, fine.
That's so Romero. Kane on the ball, deep area. Can he pick someone out? Plays a lovely ball to Bellingham. We've got
the
it.
ball.
Morgan Rogers. Chance! Get off!
It's unbelievable! What a ball from Kane! Ball comes in on the left hand side. He gets it! Gordon's wide left! He's onside! He's
It's
onside!
unbelievable! What a ball! Bellingham's
He's onside.
onside! Gordon's onside! We're 1-0 up against Argentina! We're 1-0 up! It's beautiful! Get in there, you beauty! Get in there, get on! What a goal! Come on, England! Come on, you beauty!
It's unbelievable! Get in! Get in!
Stop. I can't breathe! Oh my God! It's just gone off in here. The Redwood has come
Right, here
alive.
we go. We're in dreamland. What have Argentina got?
that before you go.
They have been passive. What have they got? What have you got, Argentina?
Oh no, no, no!
Jack,
No! No! Oh, what a tackle, Jed Spence! You absolute beauty, my son! You beauty, Jed Spence, I love you!
He's been
I love
magnificent.
you!
He's been
You are the boy.
magnificent.
What a tackle!
Absolutely magnificent.
What a player! He plays for Spurs! He plays for Spurs!
Not today, he doesn't, matey. That's the difference.
Quicker, Pickford! Quicker! He's got Rick in him, mate!
No, he can't do that.
He's a...
He can't do that.
Oh.
He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't.
Mate, Pickford, it takes too many touches all the time. It causes problems.
I know we need to wither this storm, right? And it's anticipated they're going to come at us because they got to. There's half hour of this game left, Jay. There's half hour of this game left. We can't play like this. We need to weather this storm. Right. That's a good thing. Now I'm saying is, now we need to reset.
Why are you shouting in my ear? I
That's
can hear you. I'm standing next to you. You don't have to shout in my ear. Yeah, we got to weather the storm. We got to weather the storm.
Just in case you couldn't hear me.
This is where Thomas Tuchel earns
Yeah,
his stuff.
100%.
Right?
100%, Jay.
This is what he's been brought in for. We've been here
100%.
before.
100%.
We've been here before.
100%.
Right? This is
Look,
where he
at
earns his
them, look
trust.
at them now. I know they started the second half better than us, but
We're retreating.
this is, yeah, and
We're
mindset.
retreating. We're retreating. We can't retreat. We've got to play on the front foot. You've got to put your body that way. Oh, what a ball by Messi.
What a save! What a
What
save
a
from
save.
Pickford! What a save
What
from
a
Pickford!
save.
It's a header, 6-yard box. Brilliant save down the right hand side. He's got to collapse. He collapses down to his right hand side, Jay. Let me tell you, there's a goalkeeper. Oh, it's so close to his feet. He collapses brilliantly. That's a brilliant save. It's a 5.
It's a 5. We've
It's
gone to a 5.
It's a 5.
We have. We've gone to a 5.
It's gone to a 5.
Jeez, that's early, mate.
Gone to a 5.
That's early. We can't defend
Stones.
for 20 minutes. Jeez, why have we gone to a 5 so early?
Well, we'll see, won't we?
I'm telling you, mate, we're going to throw this away. We're sitting ducks. Goal. What is going on? We're sitting ducks, Jace. We can't play like this. We can't play like this. We can't play like this.
What have we just seen? What have we just seen?
What's Tuchel thinking? We've got 20 minutes left of the game. Put your wingers on. Fresh legs, Saka and Rashford. Like we did against Croatia. What we do? He's bottled it. He's in. Oh my God. We've got to change it. Someone tell him. Someone tell
It's
him.
can't carry on.
This can't carry on. We
Can't carry
cannot
on.
do this.
It
It's the
can't carry on.
77th minute.
No, it can't carry on.
It's the 77th minute. We can't carry on doing this. You can't play like this against Argentina for 20 minutes.
Danny B! Big Danny B's in the house! Big Danny B!
Big damn.
He's in the house! So the subs are, Jay.
Nick O'Reilly, Big Danny Bone.
When the ball comes to the box, who's the last person in world football you want to see? Big Danny B! You've got to come out to Messi.
You can't leave him 1v1. Oh, here we go. I told you, mate. I've told you it's coming. I told you, Jace. It's been coming for 15 minutes, mate. I told you it's been coming for 15 minutes. You can't play like this. You cannot play like this against Argentina. They will not quit. They will not quit. It's a terrible, terrible decision for Thomas Tuchel. It's a terrible decision for Thomas Tuchel. We retreated way too early. Way too early. We could have had Rashford. We could have had Saka. We had so much more to give in this game. And we just retreated. It's a terrible decision. This is what he's brought in for. To get this decision right. Thomas Tuchel has got this wrong. He has got this wrong. He's got it wrong. We retreated way too early. It should be Rashford and Saka now.
Yeah.
Now. Now. Shocking decision. Shocking decision from Tuchel. Sackable offence. If we lose this game, it's the same as the Italy game. It's the same as the Croatia game. He's thrown it away. Same as Southgate. Thrown it away for us.
9 of injury time. 9 minutes. 9 minutes extra.
And he's on the edge.
Straight the ball.
Oh my God, they've hit the post. They've hit the post. Someone tell Thomas Tuchel! Oh my God. We're out. We're out. We're out. It's the worst decision ever. It's a sackable offence. Argentina won it in the 92nd minute. It's a shocking, shocking decision. Thomas Tuchel, you should be embarrassed. Sack him. Sack him. Sack him. Sack him now. Embarrassing. We're out. How can he make that decision? How can you make that decision with 25 minutes to go? He's all over the place. He's absolutely bottled it. And we're out of the World Cup because of Thomas Tuchel. Sack him. Sack him. Sack him. It's disgusting. It's disgusting from Tuchel. Jace, you got to do some talking, mate.
What do you want me to say? You said everything. What do you want me to say? You said everything. I don't know what to say any more than you said. We couldn't get out the pitch. Couldn't get out. He's gone to a fight at the back. He's brought down Burnham. And he's rolled the dice and he's got it wrong. And now he's bringing Ivan Toney on with 4 minutes left. And now this is like desperate measures.
It's shocking.
We are in desperate
Every
town.
England manager does it to us. Every time we get so close and we bottle it. Why have we bottled it? Why? Why bottle it? Go and win the game. We brought him in to be brave. We brought him in to be brave. We could have done this with Southgate. We could have done this with Southgate. Jace, it's one of the worst managerial decisions I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Bottle job.
Yeah, he's. I don't know why he's turned into an England manager when we've asked for a German manager. I don't get it. I don't get how we turned into a five at the back and we couldn't get out.
This is one of the worst feelings ever. This has got to be one of the worst feelings ever. Losing to Argentina like this in the semi-final, 1-0 up. It's an absolute disgrace. That's it. Let's go. Come on, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
What?
Let's get out of here. I can't do 3 more minutes. I can't. I've got to get out of here. Let's get out of here. England are out. We've been watching a Sports Bar special live on TalkSports YouTube channel. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Argentina, Spain final. Thank you to the Redwood for looking after us over the last month. And that's it. We go home in disgrace. Thomas Tuchel, get out of England now. Get out. We don't want you as a manager. We don't want you.
What's your dad more? No i bacisz. No i bacie, no. 6. októbra, Redmore. No. Výborčne, no. Vyzerá to zaujímavé. Výborčne, Chelsea. What are we doing here? What are we doing, Crackbusters? What are we doing, you cuckoos?
My favourite customer! Leave your stuff, don't burn yourself!
A musím povedať, že úplne ma prestalo zaujímať toto skurvené náhnité trónstvo. Kedy budú antisáči? Anglicko, Francúzsko. O 7? Až o 11 to začne. Je to šláger, je to šláger. Čo to ukazujú? Toto bolo v roku 2022. Čo to ukazujú? Čo to ukazujú? Španieli porazili Portugalcov 1-0 aj predtým, aj teraz? Ojo. To vyzerá byť ako teraz. To je naozaj 26. Zaujímavé. Áno, to naozaj teraz. Oj. Šláger. Je to šláger. Je to šláger. Začína šláger. Bojo, 3. miesto. Anglicko, Francúzsko. Komu budeš fandiť? Začíná šláger. Je to šláger. To znamená, šláger.
Tak, trenére, máme za sebou poslední přípravné utkání, tak jak budete ten dnešní duel hodnotit?
Tak veľmi poučný zápas pre nás. Samozrejme skúšali sme nejaké nové veci, nie že nové veci, ale chceli sme niektoré veci vidieť a prvý počas úplne odlišne ako ten druhý, tam nefungovali nám tie veci, boli sme veľmi pasívni a super dobre držal loptu, dobre bol uložený a mali sme s tým problém, takže, ale dali sme mu veľa priestoru a času, takže tam bol najväčší problém a nejaké veci sme druhý počas upravili a ja si myslím, že ten druhý počas už sa približoval tomu možno, čo by sme chceli v niektorých situáciách a ja som veľmi rád na konci, že keď sme zakončili to sústredenie víťazstvom, dali sme góly a ten zápas otočili, lebo aj keď je to príprava, tak každý zápas víťazný sa počíta a tvorí sa nejaká tá aj víťazná mentalita týmu, ale týmto zápasom sme uzavreli prakticky ten prípravný blok a chlapci si teraz trošku oddychnú a od pondelka už všetko, koncentrácia sa na ligový zápas a na liga bude úplne niečo iné.
Tak tím dnešním zápasem zakončujeme to naše soustředění tady v Rakousku, tak jak ho budete hodnotit a proběhlo všechno tak, jak mělo, až tedy na ten druhý zápas, který jsme nemohli hrát nakonec?
Tak áno, ja si myslím, že až na ten zápas, ktorý Puškaš prakticky zrušil, prišli, ale zase na tej strane sme zareagovali a možno aj pre nás taký zaujímavý zápas medzi sebou, čiže taký poučný aj pre nás, veľa informácií sme získali ďalších v množstve a ja si myslím, že môžeme ísť z celkového hľadiska, to, čo sme si naplánovali, sme splnili a to sústredenie splnilo účel a to najdôležitejšie, že sme dobre potrénovali, odohrali sme nejaké zápasy a hlavne sa nikto nezranil a naopak tí zranení hráči sú čím ďalej tým bližšie a bližšie k nám, takže ja som rád za to sústredenie, že nám to takto vyšlo, ale hovorím, ja som vždy povedal a už o týždeň sa nikto nebude pýtať, že aké bolo sústredenie, kde ste boli, s kým ste hrali, ale naša teraz veľká výzva a úloha je čo najlepšie sa pripraviť na štart ligovej časti a tá všetká koncentrácia už smeruje na Plzeň a určitě pojďme do Plzně všechno pro to spravit, aby jsme byli úspěšní.
Tak díky trenére za to hodnocení jak toho dnešního zápasu, tak i celého soustředění a poslední dotaz už takového osobnějšího rázu, taky se teď asi těšíte domů?
Tak teším sa, tak strašne rýchlo to ubehlo, keď sú tam tréningy s mústvom, čiže je toho dosť, ale my si tú robotu, je to naša robota na tej strane Koníček, takže to patrí k tomu a ja som rád, že sme tu a stále čo človek si nájde, keď chce, takže ešte máme si aj veci vyhodnocovať, stále už príprava na ligu, takže tých povinností samozrejme je normálne a je ich dosť, ale trošku si teraz vyfúkneme a samozrejme trošku 2 dní dobre padnú teraz aj s rodinou, ale už aj tak tá hlava bude smerovať k tomu prvému zápasu a od pondelka opäť smeruje tá príprava na prvé kolo.
Tak trenére, díky moc za ten rozhovor a přejeme i za všechny fanoušky, kteří nás sledovali na Slovan Plus, i za ty, kteří nás třeba nesledovali, hodně štěstí do sezony a ať se týmu i vašemu realizačnímu týmu daří.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
A děkujeme, to bylo vše z dnešního přenosu. Těšíme se na vás třeba už v neděli při akci Slovan Opening. Mějte se, zdravíme.
I'm heartbroken, like genuinely heartbroken, truly inconsolable. And the reason that I am truly inconsolable is because we sold our soul to appoint this fraud as manager. That is what has happened. I told anybody that would listen. Anybody knows that watches this channel regularly will know that I said this geezer is a fraud. This geezer is not the man for the job. We are appointing a German to lead England. It will only end in disaster. There is a reason. There is a reason that no foreign manager has ever won the World Cup. And this is the reason. This is the reason that utter capitulation is absolutely unacceptable. And I'll tell you what, this is the worst pain that I've ever, maybe ever, following England. Like, this is the worst one. This is far worse than what happened against Spain. Far worse than what happened against Italy. Far worse than what happened against Croatia. They could all be rationalised for various reasons. This one can't. This one, we had the better team. We had the better team and we were winning. And we pressed self-destruct. We shot ourselves in the foot. We sold our soul completely to a point. This guy, we sold our soul completely to a point. Thomas Tuchel, the way that he spoke about Southgate in that disparaging way, he spoke about Southgate, saying that Southgate wasn't brave enough. What about you, you coward? What about you, you bald coward? Resign. That's what he needs to do. He needs to resign. It's an absolute disgrace that he's the England manager. An absolute disgrace. He should hang his head in shame. If he was a man of principle, he would walk away, but he won't walk away because he's a mercenary. You know how you know he's a mercenary? Because he is a German who took charge of England. That's what we've appointed. That is what we've appointed. All of that good work that Gareth Southgate did, all of that good work, the St George's Park pathway, Howard Wilkinson, trying to build, give young English managers an opportunity. How can we possibly expect clubs to do it when our own FA turns their back on us? How can we expect it? How can you possibly expect any club to take a punt on a young English manager when our own FA behave like this? Cowards, regrettable cowards. And the worst thing about it all is, we were capable, man. We were capable and we absolutely bottled it. Do you know how painful it is to have a victory there for you? And you just don't want it. You walk away from it. You don't seize it. You're not brave enough to go and take it. What do? You panic. You try and defend for your lives. You aren't brave. The way that you win a tournament is by being bold, being brave, being daring, being commanding. Go and claim it. Go and claim it. You're in Atlanta. You're 1-0 up. Go and claim it. Make it your own. What do? Pitiful. Pitiful. Like a second division team away at Old Trafford in the cup. Defend, throw on defenders, hope for the best. What sort of tactical brilliance is this? Big egghead he's got. Big egghead. Full of football knowledge. Put 5 defenders on. Yeah, mate. I could do that. If I was England manager, I'd do that. You're meant to be the brainiac. You're meant to see things that other people don't see. You're meant to be a footballing sage. You're meant to do things that nobody else could possibly do. What do you want to do? Stick down, burn on, and hope for the best. Burn. Absolute burn. It worked against Mexico, where we defended for our lives against a team that weren't very good. And it's as if we got married to that as a solution for England. The worst thing that could have possibly happened to England tonight is when we scored. How pathetic. How pathetic. How small time. How inconsequential are we that we score and it's to our detriment? The second the ball hit the back of the net, anyone can watch me on the live stream, do you know what I said? I was like, don't sit in. Don't sit in. Don't sit in. Because if you sit in, you know what's going to happen. It's so predictable. And they sit. And at that point, it was crazy. There's a crazy moment in the game. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like this following your club. I've never, ever known it before. I honestly haven't. When you're winning a game with 5 minutes to go and you know you're going to lose. It's such a weird thing. Like, the architect of that Tuchel should hang his head in shame. We're 5 minutes away from a game ending. The score is 1-0 to us, and yet we know wholeheartedly that we are going to fail. It's pathetic, and it's cowardly, and it's all because we weren't bold enough, we weren't brave enough, and it's because we have a disgusting coward as our manager. Like, he should be told immediately, find your own way back from Atlanta. You do not travel back with this team. You are not part of this team. You find your own way back. We leave you there. We leave you there. We pay you. We're giving you 5 million quid for nothing. We've given you 5 million quid for nothing. You were brought in to win this tournament. We sacrificed our principles and we hired a mercenary to get us over the line. And he's failed where Southgate failed. And everybody said that wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough. Oh no, you have to get the best man for the job. Best man for the job. Useless. And I've told everybody that would listen. I said international football is a representation of what we can offer against what they can offer. Tuchel is not what we can offer. He is what we can afford. And it's just our FA throwing our money around because we're very wealthy as an FA and going to get Tuchel. To hell with the principle, to hell with everything around it, to hell with the message that it sends out. And honestly, I can't believe that the headlines aren't out yet that he's been sacked. They should be sacked now. And this entire experiment should be confined to the ash heap of history and forgotten. And the one thing that we should learn from this is that you do not appoint a German to the England manager. The England manager should be English. That's the rules of the game. That's what we need to be doing. Because we have now experimented with this and it is clearly not working. Clearly not working. Thomas Tuchel was hired for 2 games. 2 games. He was brought in for 2 games. The 2 games that he was brought in for was a semi-final and a final. He wasn't brought in to qualify. We always qualify. He wasn't brought in to get us out of the groups. We always get out of the groups in the modern day game. Not Hodgson. I was there for that. But we always get out of groups now. He was brought in to get us over the line. He was brought in for 2 games. And he's fallen at the first hurdle. And he's fallen at the first hurdle in the most pathetic way possible. Weak. A weak, flimsy man. Weak. Nothing. No fight. No heart. No tenacity. No spirit. Nothing. Fuck all. And I knew it. I knew it. I don't want to be right. I remember having these arguments. I had it with Mark Goldbridge. I had him with so many people. It's like, he isn't the guy that you think he is. He is the guy that lost to Brendan Rodgers at Wembley. He's the guy that lost as Chelsea manager to Leicester City at Wembley Stadium. He's the guy that led Chelsea out at Wembley Stadium, dressed like a paraffin. And I knew it. He was brought in to win this tournament. Anything else was failure. And at the very least, get to a final. At the very least, get to a final. And that is now clear that he should be sacked. How can it possibly be a situation where the worst thing that can happen to us is that we score? Like, what happened? The message that was sent out, the subs go on, right? The subs are happening. What message does that substitution have? What message? You know, when you start bringing on O'Reilly and Byrne and Konza, what message are you putting out there? You're saying that we're terrified. You are waving the white flag. You are saying clearly that we are now going to sit in. So you invite pressure. You're telling Bellingham and Kane we're not going to attack. We're going to protect what we've got. Crucially, you're telling Argentina we're worried. So do you know what we do? We let Argentina do what they want to do. Start dictating the pace. Start dictating the tempo. Start finding rhythm. Start hitting. Home day for them is what they had in America. You invite pressure. People are better. Do you know what should have happened? Give the opposition manager something to worry. Give Romero something to worry about. Give them something to be scared of. So when we brought on Konza, do you know what we should have been bringing on? Tone. When we bring on Konza, we should have brought on Rashford. Give them something to worry about. I love where is he when he goes through really? He's not going to get too high. We don't rate too high. You know, Martinez is decent, but limited. Romero's not loved at Tottenham. Harry Kane is, in theory, the best in the world, a Ballon d'Or contender. What we should be doing now, this is a crazy thing, this is why it's my version. What this should be is a celebration of one of the most glorious nights in history. There's no reason for it to not be that. We should go, totally, we should be opening that bottle of red with my kid's name on it. We should be opening that. And we're not. We're not because of this gutless manager. Instead, it's a monumental Other teams it's just they thought they were more hungry, more great. We've given that forward the first exercise Southgate would have got through the group. Southgate would have beaten Congo. Southgate would have beaten Mexico. Southgate would have beaten Norway. Southgate would have lost to Argentina. Tuchel was brought in to be better, and he told us he was better. He told us that Southgate wasn't good enough. If he had an ounce of principle, he would resign tonight. And you could see that Kane wasn't happy. I mean, Kane had a terrible game. He wasn't there. Throughout, the signs were there. Everyone was getting carried away. You know, I've been talking to my mates, people that do this. They're telling me that Tuchel's the guy to... What are you on about? What are you on
Clean
about?
up before you go.
Like, everything that he did, like in the Azteca even, I was there. One of the best nights of my life. But we were really lucky. We were playing a team that are not especially good. It's just broken-hearted, man. Like, you know, when I'm walking through London, I'm on a tube, I'm around Baker Street, I popped in for a pint. Everyone's out, everyone's like believing, everyone's got their England shirts on, real good vibe. We should be in a World Cup final. We should be in a World Cup final. We should be discussing, whether it's possible or not isn't the point. We should be discussing, can we avenge what happened in Berlin against Spain? Nothing makes sense. You know, if you're going to be this negative defensive manager who's going to camp in your own box, how do you leave Harry Maguire out of the team? Nothing makes sense. Fraud of the highest order. He should go. Anyone associated with his appointment should go. It's a travesty that he was ever given the job. Travesty. And anyone associated with the appointment should hang their heads in shame. I can't believe it's over. The journey is over. The World Cup is over. And you want to know the worst bit? Guess who booked flights to New York today? During the game. Honestly? Non-refundable. This World Cup has cost me a fortune. It's one of the stupidest things I ever did. I was live, I was working. My mate was phoning me saying, we got to book. I panicked. Here it is. I'm supposed to be flying out 8:20 Saturday. I'm flying Saturday the 18th of July, 8:20 Heathrow Airport. I arrive 11:30 Saturday, John F. Kennedy International Airport. Aircraft A350. I depart on Tuesday the 21st at 7 p.m. I arrive at Heathrow 7:15 in the morning on Wednesday. Aircraft A330. Brilliant news. Non-refundable.
That's right, the former Man United, West Brom, Watford and England goalkeeper Ben Foster is live.
It's the bronze final game today, the third place match between France and England. France, who were beaten by Spain, and England, who were beaten by Argentina. So here is Thomas Tuchel with more on the English loss to the Argentines.
If you're asking if I regret my decision, if this is the question, then say no, I don't regret my decisions, because I felt that we become too passive. I felt that we the momentum switches in the net, and I tried to help my team. I tried to support. I think the gap is there because of the titles that Argentina, France, and Spain have as national teams, as countries. What they build over many years with the coaches and the team. There is still a slight gap that we have to close. I think the gap shows like in almost the expectations of these countries to win the World Cup and to be in the final. We did not, I think we demanded it from ourselves within camp for sure, and we dreamed about it, and we pushed for it, and we competed for it. But there is still a gap to close in the way how to play football under pressure, in the way to implement yourself, in the way to on the very next level, I think.
Julian Laurent joins us now, but I do have to start with Nader Manua because he was very passionate about Tuchel's comments just the other day. So I'm wondering how you're feeling about what he said ahead of this game.
Well, is it better? Did that make it better for
Can
you?
you cope with these? Because you said you couldn't cope the other day.
Well, the other day it was very, very fresh, like the stuff that he'd been saying. And to be honest, from my perspective, I was advised by somebody to watch the game back to see if it would change my perspective, and it absolutely did not change it at all. It actually made it a lot worse.
You watched it again?
Actually, you said watch after England scored the first goal, and I said, do I have to? And I did. And you can see things like more clearly. I think when we were watching the game for the first time, you caught in the emotion of it all. But I watched it back knowing obviously the result, and I could see things start to happen. And some of the players were starting to drop. The pressing wasn't the same anymore. There were a lot of like very early retreats. Oh, we're going to go and press. I was like, no, let's just come back. Let's come all the way back. And context here is key. I think someone like Jurgen Klopp was trying to say, it's very easy for everybody to talk about how you should have done this, like the Monday quarterback, whatever it's called. And I get that, because I was watching it from the comfort of my own home. I get that. But context is key. Why is Thomas Tuchel in charge of England? He was in charge of England to replace Gareth Southgate, who people believe couldn't take the team to the next stage. That's what they believe. That's what they put all their money into. So to then hear him talking about stuff like he has no control whatsoever over the culture within the country and his team out there on the field who he's had 2 years to prepare. For me personally, I still find it very, very disappointing. And it's not to say that he needs to take accountability and say, I should have done this, I should have done that. But it's almost like he's just writing off. They had momentum, so this is what it is. And, there's not, I tried to help my team by just putting 5 defenders out there. Like, signalling is a big thing in my mind. And so I speak with Cesc Fabregas, the Como manager, and maybe some of this to do with Spanish culture, but he said he will never take off an attacker for a defender because of the message it gives to his team and to the opposition. And that's somebody that's relatively new in terms of management. But when your manager's making that message, like you know yourself, if this is what it is, this is what it's going to be. And I think England needed something different. The players that he had, I think, were capable of doing better. So if he accepts it, because very quickly, I think it's maybe perception-wise, watching the game back, sorry to go on a little rant here.
No, go ahead.
England retreated with their substitutions before Argentina stepped forward with theirs, because the 3 subs that Argentina made were like for like, more or less. Because you saw, I think Molina came off, you had Lisandro Martinez come off, and then you had Rodrigo de Paul coming on for Simeone. So it's basically like for like. And at that point, England, we need to take one off and put a defender on. That, to me, is the manager making the decision that this is what it's going to be, when he could have said, we need to find more energy to build this press because they're starting to get into a rhythm. But I think the fact that he stepped back, the fact that the players did as well, so the manager is willing to accept what he's willing to accept. And I think he was supposed to be the guy that was different than what he's come before. Just my opinion.
It's a good thing that you found the page that was made.
I'm writing the same thing on the next page.
Also very passionate on the Gavin George podcast.
about English DNA. Basically, it's your fault, your English football, losing these players. If we can't play.
Co je Grázel? Chcel sa pridružiť ten šarmata.
Making the decisions and part of the reason as to why this team became too passive and too conservative. If there was only a person that could actually change this and could impact how this team looks on the field, it would be Donald Tuchel. And yet he separates himself from that, and it's like it's Captain Deflector at his very best, and you could see the reaction from John Stones next to him, when Thomas Tuchel started going down the path of, the gap between us and these other teams is because England just hasn't won anything. And you're John Stones sitting right there and you're saying, now you're just blaming us. You're shifting the blame in this direction and what we are or not as English players and as English people, because he had to go at the DNA as well. How, as a manager of a national team, you're able to somehow protect yourself, shelter yourself, and say that it's everybody else's issue and not you? How does that happen, and how does that not get punished? Yeah. I have no idea. The lack of accountability here is just stinky.
Okay, pick up on that, Nathan, while we show you some pictures of the England players enjoying a barbecue in their downtime.
Yeah, this was in Cannes, wasn't it? It's good to sort of refresh, I imagine, after a big disappointment. So yeah, it's good that they've had some free time and they're not just going off in their ones. There is sort of a collective there. But I think watching back that game again, no, but it reminded me of a few things, and this is like a bigger.
We need a watch party the last 30 minutes with Nathan and Joel.
It's almost like this might sound like a real. No, so I'm going to say like this is like related to like watching this. That game's going on. All of a sudden, a couple of people stop pressing. Yeah. Jordan Pickford starts taking lots of longer balls, hoping that Harry Kane can win a flick on. So that's one thing. That's another thing. The players are starting to look tired. You're looking at this disaster building and building and building, and we can see that. The manager, who is being paid to see everything about that, doesn't think we need an injection of energy to like be more positive. That's disappointing. But the bigger thing for me, so England for the majority, I don't know if you'd agree with this. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what Jules thinks. England will be the favourite for 90% of the games that they play as a nation. Yeah, when they're playing the European qualifiers, due to their seeding and so on, they're the favourite most of the time. In this Nations League now, might be different, but they'll be the favourite. Going through the tournament the way that they did, was there a game where they weren't a clear favourite through this tournament? Probably not. Even against Norway for how well they did, probably not. Then they play Argentina in the semi-final, and it's more of like a coin toss. And then Tuchel says England don't have the identity, DNA, and so on and so forth. So what he's basically saying is that they'll be caught in this perpetual loop to where they will win the games where they are clear favourites. Then when it gets to a time where they play against a side who he believes has got a better culture in those moments, will likely beat them because they just have that. Like,
No, but he's saying that they have the better culture because they won. Had England won, then does that mean that that Argentina didn't have the better culture to begin with? And that's what I'm saying. He's over here shaping an argument so that he fits his narrative.
yeah, but it just doesn't make sense.
Don't get him even more worked up.
No, it's just like I can't leave those two alone. Listen, I can't just leave this. This is just from a footballing perspective. But the way he's speaking about it in the context of him being in charge right now, somebody that's going to distance himself from the team, as Ali said, seems insane because they will have more moments like this in the future. Always going to say, well, you know, we played against Spain, so you know what that means.
They won before.
Yeah, you know what that means.
Gogo, nekrič odtiaľ, poď sa pridružiť, keď chceš. A nekrič.
You come to our magic.
All the build-up to the World Cup final on the way, but let's focus first on England, the match no one wanted for the bronze medal tonight against France. No better way to start the hour than by joined by this man, former England midfielder Jimmy Redknapp. Jimmy, great to see you. I hope you're well.
I'm okay, Paul. How are you?
Very good, thank you. And, well, Jimmy, let's get straight into it. Thomas Tuchel, he's doubled down on his tactics against Argentina. What do you make of his comments this afternoon?
Well, I understand he has to double down on them because it was his decision in the first place. But I think if we all look at it, I don't think you have to be a scientist to realise that going to five at the back just initiated a lot of pressure, and we couldn't handle that pressure. I think he went to the Mexico playbook, which was fine, where Mexico were lumping balls into the box. When you looked at the Argentina side, they weren't necessarily a big side, but to lose a second goal from a cross when you've got added the likes of Dan Burn, I think it just shows you where everything went wrong. We never got hold of the game. The possession stats summed it up. So when the possession stats are that much against you, then that really makes you think, well, we have to get someone else that's going to keep the ball, to be able to manoeuvre the ball, to be brave on the ball, and we didn't do that. Now, that's down to the manager a lot, but that's also down to the players, because when it came down to it, when we were really suffering, someone to get hold of the game and get the ball and make sure we keep it, take the sting out of the game, we didn't have the players to do that. So that comes down to a lot of pressure. I think you also have to acknowledge it was a fantastic second-half performance from Argentina. They put us massively under the cosh, and we couldn't really deal with that. a lot of situations as well, I think, where the players have to take responsibility now. And I think sometimes been a bit more streetwise. When you look at the corner that they scored from, they had about 3 or 4 corners where they were playing the same one. They were playing it out to Fernandes, who played it back to Messi, and nobody reacted. It was almost like set-piece coaches were saying, this is what we have to do, and nobody really could take it into the field or take it upon themselves to maybe go out and mark the guy that stood on the edge of the box who's got one of the best strikes in world football. We all know that, but no. We took 2, 3, 4 times in to shoot. The 4th one obviously then goes in, and we're all thinking, oh, why did we do so in the first place? So you also have to think about the players sometimes, where we have to be a little bit braver in our decision making and take the initiative. But so disappointing when you look back, because we'll never get a better chance of winning the World Cup than what we did this year.
Jimmy, there was one quote in particular that stood out from Thomas Tuchel in the aftermath of the game, and it was around England's DNA. I think the quote was, not in our DNA to control the game and the ball. Does he have a point?
Well, to a certain extent, I don't think we have enough players that can keep the ball. I would agree with that ball. That's something, but then he's left out a couple of players that are very good at that, in the likes of, you know, Phil Foden and Cole Palmer. So, you know, obviously didn't feel Kobe Mainoo was the man to do that. I do believe it's in our DNA to attack, though. When you look at the Premier League now, it's the way that the teams play, and our strengths all throughout this World Cup has been mainly 2 players. I think we'd say Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham. You know, he decided to make a change in wide areas, bringing off Anthony Gordon. Now, Anthony had scored, and there's no better shot in the arm than scoring a goal. And you're taking off a player that's full of confidence. That didn't make a great deal of sense to me, because he was the one that was given that real outlet, and obviously you need pace on the break. Because obviously, I always feel we're an English side. You're better off saying we can't hang on to this. The strength of our defence, of our World Cup hasn't been the defence, it's been going forward. So I think he made a real, you know, he has to take responsibility for that. Is it in our DNA? Well, I don't think at times. I think we were a bit nice at times. I look at that, you know, there was a clip that's been viral on social media when they equalise, and you can see the players running around and going up to Gay, and like I think it was Romero at the time. Now, Romero was on a yellow card. Now, all we need to do is initiate something with him and try to get him sent off. But we're just a little bit nice. Everyone was like, oh, sorry, you know, I'm after you. It can't be like that. We have to be as streetwise as them. And I don't want to harp on to years gone by, but could you imagine him doing that to Tony Adams? Could you imagine him to do it to John Terry? It would never have happened. But I think that's something that we're just a little bit too nice. And that's what summed it up, really, that performance. That last half an hour, one team really wanted it more. And you can talk about tactics, formations, all you like. The Argentinians just had that bit of devilment that we didn't possess at the end. And that's where they got across the line. Now, of course, substitutions didn't help. And I think we were too passive. I don't think we did enough to affect the game. But also, I think the players, it's very easy to just blame the manager. But I think sometimes the players have to take responsibility as well.
Wasn't the worst thing about it in that when Argentina scored the equaliser, everybody kind of could see that coming? So does the responsibility go on the players on the pitch at that time? Is it the manager's responsibility to fix it?
Well, Mark, I've been in situations before when you're winning, or you feel momentum in any sport. Tennis, golf, football is everything. And when you feel momentum is going against you, you have to do something. But does that necessarily mean bringing on an extra defender? Because all you're telling your players then is we are going to hang on to this result. And then when they score, then you've got to try and shift the momentum again to get back into the game and try to shift that. When we've got so many defenders on the pitch, you made one substitution. There's a picture of Thomas Tuchel talking to his team, we're going to a 5, and you can see Jed Spence and Dan Burn saying 4 or 5. They didn't know what they were actually doing at the time. And obviously that has a real impact, and it's so difficult to change that momentum once it's gone. And Argentina had it, and they made the most of it, and we just didn't know how to react off the back of that. And as you see, the people in the players that we're looking at right now, the likes of Jude Bellingham, I'm sure that's not in their mentality to sit back. It doesn't work for us. We'd have been much better just attacking, getting after them, and trying to go for that second goal. And unfortunately, he went for the Mexico playbook, and it didn't work. And it certainly cost us, and it was such a different situation. But listen, we're all judges now. Hindsight's a beautiful thing. We can all turn around and say, you should have done this, you should have done that. And if he'd have probably stayed with we'd have put another forward on, we'd have said, and we lost the game that way. So we should have put another defender on. I personally didn't like it, and it's easy for me to say it now. I was watching the game thinking, I don't like going to a back 5. We're just initiating pressure, and unfortunately, it really told. And we couldn't handle, obviously, Messi coming into that right pocket, and he just kept picking the ball up. They were getting overlaps down the side, and it was very difficult after that. And obviously, then we paid the ultimate consequence.
Ultimately, overall picture, Jamie, Tuchel has vowed to stay on in charge. Have you seen enough that he should be okay to continue?
Have I seen enough? Have I seen more than what Gareth Southgate did? And I was critical of Gareth Southgate because I never felt he was the man to get us across the line. But I think when you look at the finals and the semi-finals he got to, I personally think that if we were to change, I wouldn't have a problem with that. There's people out there, obviously look at the candidates, there's people like Eddie Howe, Frank Lampard, players, managers like that might want to look at that opportunity as an England coach. I'm sure they could do equally as well as what Thomas Tuchel's done. Let's not kid ourselves. He hasn't taken us to the next level. Nothing's really changed. We haven't won the final. But then again, we've had so many opportunities to do that and it hasn't worked. But, you know, if the FA want to stick with Thomas Tuchel, that's entirely up to them. I personally wouldn't be adverse to keeping him or maybe making a change. It's entirely up to them. I just feel that sometimes we have to look at the players as well. And I didn't like the squad that he picked at the start. So I felt obviously not taking Trent Alexander-Arnold was a big mistake. I think not taking the midfielders that I've spoken about, Cole Palmer, people that can hold the ball, Phil Foden. That's not being wise after the event. You know, people spoke about, you know, that was really the best way to get the harmony in the squad and keep everybody happy. But sometimes you have to make tough decisions. When you looked at that Argentinian side for the last 20 minutes, the amount of footballers out on the pitch, keeping the ball, being brave on it. And unfortunately, we went the other way. We went completely into our shells. And that's something that just has to change. And until it does change, we're not going to win these major tournaments. But there was still, I think, a lot of positives. You can't turn around and this wasn't saying that this squad wasn't one that tried. They gave their all. We just wasn't quite good enough in the end. But it feels such a miss because the opportunity was certainly there when we got so close.
Let's say they do consider a change of manager. You mentioned a couple of names there, in Eddie Howe and Frank Lampard. Do you think there are those top names out there that are ready to come into the role should the FA take that decision?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course they could. I don't think anything's changed with Thomas Tuchel. He's not, he's not shown us anything that we haven't seen before. I don't think that you could turn around and say, he did a better job than Gareth Southgate did. So I don't subscribe to the theory, but it's up to the FA. They've given him a new contract before the competition started, which was a very strange move to me. And the FA have made so many bad decisions in the past, so I don't really trust that they're going to get this one right either. But as I say, I've got no real view on it. If they want to keep him, then obviously we want to see better Euros and then a better World Cup next time round. But I think, unfortunately, if he were to go, he can't really complain too much because the decisions he made in that semi-final were just not good enough. And they weren't elite when you want to win World Cups. And you have to make big decisions. And you have to, when you make substitutions to go to a back five and that completely backfires against you, you have to take the consequences. And the consequences when you're the England manager normally mean that there's a change. So let's see what they want to do. But I don't really hold up a lot. Hope they're going to make the right decision about this one. But let's just see.
Jamie, of course, England against France. How do the players get up for a match like that? I mean, some people are calling it the game no one wants after the disappointment of the other night.
Ještě příště, pokecat si.
I get that, but I'm sure when they
Kludně se
finish
posaď.
they look back and
Nezabudni
have fond
relaxovat.
memories of obviously this World Cup, and if they were to come third, then look at it as okay. It was still a really good achievement. And
Kludně si
also playing
relaxuj.
against the likes of France, it's a big
Vystři si
occasion,
kontra,
and you're still showcasing your abilities. So I don't really subscribe. People give anything England to getting an England shirt tonight and be playing in this game. So it's not the ideal scenario, but Harry Kane's got a lot to play for. Obviously, he still has an opportunity at the Golden Boot. You know, as does Jude Bellingham. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for them. But there'll also be opportunities for other players. You know, like Scully Watkins might get a chance tonight if he was to get half an hour. Kobe Mainoo might get an opportunity to play.
Člověk razil, vozí jakýsi šíšo.
I'm obviously, I have no idea what sort of team he's going to pick tonight, and he'll probably have a conversation with a lot of the players because some of them would have really taken that semi-final defeat personally. They'd have been so disappointed, and they might not feel, you know, that they're in the right frame of mind to play, and that's where the manager's got to have the conversations with the players because, like you say, it does. Although you feel like you're playing for a bronze medal, you know, it is unfortunately the booby prize that no one wants and no one really cares about. You still got to go and put on a show. A lot of England fans are going to be there and they're going to want to see a display and a good performance. So fingers crossed they can produce that.
I can't let you go without asking about the final, the Spain-Argentina showpiece tomorrow. Who are you backing? What are you predicting that will happen in that game?
I can't wait. You know, we look at the players that are going to be on display, and I'm sure you're the same, Paul. I've watched, Lionel Messi this competition and just truly can't believe what I've been seeing. He's just been absolutely staggering. I felt after the last World Cup, in Qatar, we're never going to see these levels again. But it looks like he's even got better. and everybody around him, the squad, the team, everything is designed. You know, you have the likes of the Paul, Fernandez, everybody just does everything they can to get him win. And they're a street smart bunch of warriors. Now, not unlikable, a lot of them, I must admit, you know, but they know how to win, they know how to get across the line. And they've got that spiteful element to him that unfortunately we didn't possess in that semi-final, and that's why they ended up winning the game. But I am going to go with a Spain win. I think Spain have been, I don't think necessarily out of this world in this competition, but what they have got is that young man just coming into form at the right time. He obviously had an injury coming into this World Cup. He is sensational. I mean, what a footballer. And that's going to be a fantastic battle down that side. Rodri's in good form. Ruiz in midfield is a bit of a dilemma where he goes with Ruiz or Pedri in midfield, or Gav, you know, obviously the players that he has at his disposal. But if you talk about one team that can keep the ball against Argentina, no matter what the score is, like when they scored against France, they just took the sting out of the game. And it's a great example for what we have to find and we have to do. Players that want to receive the ball under pressure, but don't look like they're under any kinds of duress. Unfortunately, we're the complete opposite. When we found ourselves with a bit of intensity and players started to press us, we couldn't handle that. Whereas the Spanish are just magicians at getting out of tight areas. So hopefully, going forward, we are going to have players, you know, you look at Max Daumans and Reggie.
Kozaca, vystri si kocura, vystri si ho. V kožuchu, čo? Ne možeš tam chodiť vylizovať,
Jimmy, always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you for your time.
Nemôžeš chodiť vylizovať. Vieš, ako sa to hýba v branži. Nemôžeš chodiť vylizovať. Vlasač. Tak to si došiel? Tak to si došiel vylizovať tabaky, mákové záviny? Peppermint. Čo poď. Ale Vlasač, čuj. Vlasino. Čo je vlasatý? Ale Vlasino, no. No, čo sa čuje? Vlasač. No nemôžeš vylizovať. Ja viem, nemáš pojdačku, chceš pojdať. No chceš povedať a teraz si taký vlásač. No. Ideme ti po jedlo. No. Daj som ti povedané, tu máš trochu gašparky. Daj si do nosa. Musí taká špekačka. Už povedaš vo veľkom. Daj si pekné štosy v vrchu. A keby si deň nejedol znova. A síce on celý deň nejedol. To je pravda, ten rozmarín. To je pravda, celý deň nejedol. Odmietal sa nájsť tam vzadu. Celý deň si najedol a teraz si praskaš gagorku.
Big soft problem. I have a new video coming soon. since we made our first video of fixes and they actually listened, I'm gonna make a second video of what I want fixed, and hopefully we can get some fixes again. Yeah. Again, Gladiator. What should I get from Arcboss's chest? As a glad? As a gladiator? Nothing, bro. There's nothing for you as a gladiator. Get the Tevin wand. Or you can get the Tevin dagger and become a Ravager. You can't change the potential ability. Some people were telling me you can't. Oh, there you have it, bro. You can. So you're showing. See where to buy Eye of Ventis? Which is it going for? I know so. Honestly, you can drop it pretty easily. I wouldn't get it. I would just farm resin and try to get it from the skill core chest. $30K? Hell no. 30K? You know how much dollars that is? It's like 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60. Wait, let me do the quick math in my head. 30K for Eye of Ventis. It's like $500. Hell no. Not worth $500. You're crazy, bro. Bro, just get it for free. Just open the bow chests. Open the bow resin chests. Actually, imagine if it gets nerfed and you pay $500.
Oh shit. Sriracha. Oh boy. Vznikou sriracha.
Invocator or Crucifix for PvD. There's a Crucifix Crusader and Ravager bit, but doesn't kill fast enough. Invocator. Invocator for sure. Invocator is more versatile, and when you get the Tevin wand, you're gonna be bumping. So Invocator for sure.
No nič, nahlasíme se potom v závetri.
We do have a sound problem, guys. Have you seen the resonance, guys? Have you guys seen the resonance or no?
Pekne si dávaš do nosa. Hladný krk.
No, the resonance thing is cooked, bro. There's a 71 accessory, so we need armor and weapon.
Totálne sa prasíš.
Let's run some PvP after this.
Ako taká špejkačka.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
Úplne sa prasíš.
I mean, legs are pretty ass, but we'll see if we can make some. We'll see if we can make some. Yo, the quiz hooked me up, bro, for the first time in my life. I never got hooked by the quiz before. Yo, thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. What event is this? This is that quiz event. Yo, guys, you guys like my YouTube thumbnail today or no? What do you guys think about my thumbnail? Does it bang? Don't lie, guys. Does it bang or not? If you're watching on YouTube, though. The Twitch people, they don't know what I'm talking about. It's a banger, right? We were having DD parties yesterday in my house. I had to get some, you know? I had to get some, I was snapping some pictures.
Pekný hľadaš.
For real. For real, bro. Some
Pekne si
baby oil
dávaš
and
do
stuff.
nosa.
We don't have baby oil, we have fishing oil, you know? Yeah, you know the fishing oil?
Masívny
There's
hľadaš.
some fishing oil, bro. They not have fishing oil. Yeah, I used up all my fishing oil yesterday, that's why. You
Masívny
see, it's empty.
hľadaš.
I have no more fishing oil. It's cooked, bro. It's cooked.
Masívny hľadaš. To takto dlho povedať? Tak áno, vzadu si odmietol povedať.
Yeah, Now it's a good night, bro.
Ako je to neuveriteľné, musíš byť tu príjemne sedieť.
Get it? Bang, or night.
Normálne musíš tu príjemne sedieť, aby si povedal. Nemôžeš povedať vzadu sám? OK. Veľmi rýchlo mi dal odpoveď, že nemôže vzadu povedať sám. Ale tak je to šokujúce. Iridescentný lightstone. Ako to je tučná vec. Že dropol takú paseku. A dobre. Takže tento dropol peknú paseku, dropol iridescentný lightstone. Ako to je tvrdé. Normálne dropol iridescentný lightstone. Ako to je tvrdé. To je extrémna kvalita iridescentný lightstone. To je tvrdé. To je ten brutalizmus, že mohlo to milión, to mohlo to 1 850 000 000. Tuto dropol 8 týchto flaganov, to je iba 180 miliónov. Takže tento pekne zalízal drobule. Dropol iridescentný lightstone, čo je absolútne šokujúce. To je veľká hodnota paseky. Pekne tvrdé, pekne tvrdé. Ako prepadok to nebude, lebo sme dropli iridescentný lightstone, tým malo tu bilión 800. Takže to keď sme predali, to keby som chcel predať, tak ten zárobok je masívny. Ale vidíme, že žiadne šovinizmy tu nemôžeme očakávať. Pekne povedáš, ty krázel. No, ja sme na tom veľmi, veľmi biedne. Čo sa týka... Takže vidíme to, je to všívacké. Naozaj všívacké. Neodsypať to vôbec. Už toto budú... Ako rekordne malé sumy to nebudú, len preto, že nám dropol ten iridescentný lightstone, to má ono tu bilión a pol, môžeme povedať, aj. Ale keby nedropol ten iridescentný lightstone, sme v pekelnom nálove. Máme 840 miliónov. Máme 900, 920. Čo je? Čo je špekačka? Čo sa bojíme? Čo za bojkovia? Kurník šopa, takíto bojkovia. To nepriateľné byť takýto bojko. Neakceptovateľné byť takýto bojko, zas povedáš. Teraz si odbehol. To je silná káva s tebou, chlapina. No nič, to bude rekordne malá suma gold barov. Jo? Presný bilión. Rekordne malá suma. Rekordná paseka. Iba 1 bilión sme dali, ak nerátame iridescent, čo nemôžeš rátať, lebo rozumieme sa, to bola slina ten iridescent, ale dole ako bereme do úvahy iridescent, pretože padol, takže... Ale čo sa týka gold barov, keď bereme čisto gold bary, tak to je úplný prepadak. Ako iba 1 bilión v gold baroch, 1 bilión, to je úplná galeba. To je brutálna galeba. 1 bilión v gold baroch. To je úplná schizofrenia. Úplná katastrofa. 1 bilión v gold baroch. To je chore. To je absolútne chore. To je nepriateľná svastika. 1 bilión v gold baroch. To je chore. Jeden bilión v gold baroch. To je chorá svastika. Za klobúk nádaš. Čuj, Grazel, čuj, špejkačka. Ešte nemôžeme ísť celkom tam. Najprv vymeníme tie gold bary. Zas povedať, zase dávaš do nosa. Chceš trošku povedať viacej? Trošku. Tu ti namixujem takú väčšiu buržoáziu. Silver gold. Toto sú Krokdala alebo skin na mytické kono.
If you have a lot of stuff, leave it with me. Within your allowed space, of course.
Presný bilión. Rekord najmenší počet goldbarov, ktorý získali za tých pár farzových jedicov. Je to problém, no keď tu je 34 stupňov, 34,5, o 34 stupňov to začína byť fatálny problém. Fatálna fantasmagória. Ale. Vystokujeme rožule? What the fuck? No ale čo, vystokujeme rožule?
Would you like to see the greatest home? Want to use the whole.
Ale čo je grazel? Čo je? Zase vystokujeme tie rožule. No, zase vystokujeme rožule? No, čo je? Čo je Gargamelka? Chce ísť dozadu. Zrazu. Keď si napraskal Gagorku. Čo to je do bitches?
Julian Laurent joins us now, but I do have to start with Nader Manua because he was very passionate about Tuchel's comments just the other day. So I'm wondering how you're feeling about what he said ahead of this game.
Well, is it better? Did that make it better for
Can
you?
you cope with these? Because you said you couldn't cope the other day.
Well, the other day it was very, very fresh, like the stuff that he'd been saying. And to be honest, from my perspective, I was advised by somebody to watch the game back to see if it changed my perspective, and it absolutely did not change it at all. It actually made it a lot worse.
It again?
Actually, you said what after England scored the first goal, and I said, do I have to? And I did. And you can see things like more clearly. I think when we were watching the game for the first time, you caught in the emotion of it all. But I watched it back, knowing obviously the result, and I could see things start to happen. And some of the players were starting to drop. The pressing wasn't the same anymore. There were a lot of like very early retreats. So we're going to go and press. I was like, no, let's just come back. Let's come all the way back. And context here is key. I think someone like Jurgen Klopp was trying to say, it's very easy for everybody to talk about how you should have done this, like the Monday quarterback, whatever it's called. And I get that, because I was watching it from the comfort of my own home. I get that. But context is key. Why is Thomas Tuchel in charge of England? He was in charge of England to replace Gareth Southgate, who people believed couldn't take the team to the next stage. That's what they believed. That's what they put all their money into. So to then hear him talking about stuff like he has no control whatsoever.
Poď, neboj sa. No, neboj sa.
over the culture within the country and his team out there on the field who he's had 2 years to prepare. For me personally, I still find it very, very disappointing. And it's not to say that he needs to say, take accountability and say, I should have done this, I should have done that. But it's almost like he's just writing off. They had momentum, so this is what it is. And, you know, there's not, I tried to help my team by just putting 5 defenders out there. Like, signaling is a big thing in my mind. And so I speak with Cesc Fabregas, the Como manager, and maybe some of this to do with Spanish culture, but he said he will never take off an attacker for a defender because of the message it gives to his team and to the opposition. And that's somebody that's relatively new in terms of management. But when your manager's making that message, like, you know yourself, if this is what it is, this is what it's going to be. And I think England needed something different. The players that he had, I think, were capable of doing better. So if he accepts it, because very quickly, I think it's maybe perception-wise, watching the game back, sorry to go on a little rant here.
No, go ahead.
England retreated with their substitutions before Argentina stepped forward with theirs, because the 3 subs that Argentina made were like for like, more or less. Because you saw, I think Molina came off, you had Lisandro Martinez come off, and then you had Rodrigo de Paul coming on for Simeone. So it's basically like for like. And at that point, England were like, we need to take Gordon off and put a defender on. That, to me, is the manager making the decision that this is what it's going to be, when he could have said, we need to find more energy to build this press because they're starting to get into a rhythm. And I think the fact that he stepped back, the fact that the players did as well, obviously they're the first part of that, but the manager is willing to accept what he's willing to accept. And I thought he was supposed to be the guy that was different to everybody that's come before. Just my opinion.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you turned the page, though, Natum.
I've written the same thing on the next page.
He was also very passionate on the Gavin Jules podcast because Jules said that Thomas Tuchel should be sacked.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it. He's not going to be sacked anyway. We know that. He's going to stay on even if they lose against France today and if they lose against Spain in the next game in September in the Nations League. I just thought what I saw, and I watched the game again, like Nathan, and what I saw again. And I know the players have to take some responsibility. It's not just on Tuchel, but I would give it 90-10 to Tuchel. For me, it was a sackable offense, really. The lack of coaching, and I think even to a certain extent, what we've heard from him since is as bad as what we saw on the pitch in that second half. Because for him to add insult to injury with the comment about English DNA and basically it's your fault, your English football, those English players, if we can't play in a game like that, it's never his fault. I've said that before. Even in the press conference that we just showed you from yesterday, he doesn't actually admit that he got it wrong. He said he doesn't regret anything, and yet what he did was wrong because England lost that game when they were 1-0 up with half an hour to go, when they were 1-0 up with 5 minutes to go, even. So for him to still not read the room properly, not understanding the issue that he's created, especially with England fans, with England players, some of those players currently in his dressing room are not happy with him, didn't understand his decisions, his choices, don't understand his communication, and for him to almost double up on it, I find it really mind-blowing for somebody so smart. So I still think that he should go. He won't go, but I'm not happy with him.
Checker, I just heard there to my side when he said what we saw was as bad as what we heard was as bad as what we saw on the pitch.
So, no, listen, I get you make that point immediately after the game, where emotions are still running high, maybe things haven't settled, maybe you haven't joined Natum in watching the game over again.
Or Jules.
I wouldn't recommend it, to be honest.
I
would not recommend it.
You haven't gotten together and watched the game over, but to still take that position, 2 days, 3 days after the semi-final, that you didn't make anything, that you didn't make any mistakes, you all went to plan, whatever it is. There's only 2 people I know that stubborn. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Only 2 people I know that stubborn. I'm not calling any names, but if you do, if you call any names, I'll whistle. But I cannot believe he is still taking that position. You've lost the game. If we were discussing yesterday, as players, when you lose a game, you go through which side did I take that goal kick from the right side? Should I move it to the other side? Should I put it on top of the right back instead of the left back? That's how granular you get as a player in looking back on games that you lost. As a manager, to maintain that same position in a game that you lost is absolutely beyond me. Now, also, last week, sat in the studio, Steve McManaman was here with us, and he said something to the effect of Tuchel was brought in for England to go all the way. And I asked him, so are you saying then that if they don't win the World Cup, he should go? And his response was, well, let me not say if they don't win it, but if they don't put up a darn good fight in the final, he has to go. Now, we know they're not doing that. So for him to still have this position, it almost as though it shouldn't be a debate within the English FA as to whether he stays on. It really should. I just don't get so much of this from Thomas Tuchel.
It's amazing to see and hear how he separates himself from the failures of England. Says we became too passive. I'm sorry. Are you not the man in charge here who's making the decisions and part of the reason as to why this team became too passive and too conservative? If there was only a person that could actually change this and could impact how this team looks on the field, it would have been Thomas Tuchel. And yet he separates himself from that, and it's like, it's Captain Deflector at his very best. At his very best. And you could see the reaction from John Stones next to him, sitting next to him, when Thomas Tuchel started going down the path of, the gap between us and this other teams is because England just hasn't won anything. And you're John Stones sitting right there, and you're saying, now you're just blaming us. You're shifting the blame in this direction, and what we are or not as English players and as English people, because he had to go at the DNA as well. How, as a manager of a national team, you're able to somehow protect yourself, shelter yourself, and say that it's everybody else's issue and not you? How does that happen, and how does that not get punished?
Yeah.
I have no idea. The lack of accountability here is just stinking.
Okay, pick up on that, Nathan, while we show you some pictures of the England players enjoying a barbecue in their downtime.
Yeah, this was in Cannes, wasn't it? It's good to sort of refresh, I imagine, after a big disappointment. So yeah, it's good that they've had some free time and they're not just going off in their ones. There is sort of a collective there. But I think, watching back that game again, but it reminded me of a few things, and this is like a bigger
We need
point.
a watch party for the last 30 minutes with Nathan and Joel.
It's almost like this might sound like a real so I'm gonna say like this is like relation to like watching it. That game's going on. All of a sudden, a couple of people start pressing. Yeah, Jordan Pickford starts taking lots of longer balls, hoping that Harry Kane can win a flick off. So that's one thing. That's another thing. The players are starting to look tired. You're looking at this disaster building and building and building. And we can see that. The manager, who is being paid to see everything about that, doesn't think we need an injection of energy to be more positive. That's disappointing. But the bigger thing for me, so England, for the majority, I don't know if you'd agree with this. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what Jules thinks. England will be the favourite for 90% of the games that they play as a nation. Yeah, when they're playing the European qualifiers, due to their seeding and so on, they're the favourite most of the time. In this Nations League now, it might be different. But they'll be the favourite. Going through the tournament the way that they did, was there a game where they weren't a clear favourite through this tournament? Probably not. Even against Norway for how well they did, probably not. Then they play Argentina in the semi-final, and it's more of like a coin toss. And then Tuchel says England don't have the identity, DNA, and so on and so forth. So what he's basically saying is that they'll be caught in this perpetual loop to where they will win the games where they are clear favourites. Then when it gets to a time where they play against a side who he believes has got the better culture in those moments, will likely beat them because they just have that.
No, but he's saying that they have the better culture because they won. Had England won, then does that mean that Argentina didn't have the better culture to begin with? And that's what I'm saying. He's over here shaping an argument so that he fits his narrative.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Don't get him even more work.
No,
right?
No, it's just like I can't leave those two alone. Listen, just leave this is just from a footballing perspective. The way he's speaking about it in the context of him being in charge right now, somebody that's going to distance himself from the team, as Ali said, seems insane because they will have more moments like this in the future. Always going to say, well, we played against Spain, so you know what that means.
True.
They won before. You know what that means.
Okay, let's talk about the other manager, Didier Deschamps, especially because we've got Jules with us. What are we looking at? 14 years as a tenure as France manager here, Jules. How would you grade it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty incredible, and very back from what now he won one World Cup in just 14 years, one Nations League as well, if you want to count that, but really World Cup, so one win in 6 tournaments. you see where he got. Okay, apart from that Euro 2020, he was played in 2021. The rest is remarkable, really, to say the least. I know there's only one World Cup to show for it, but it's still pretty special, I think. Could he have won more? Sure, he had incredibly talented players and generations, one after the other, through those 14 years. His win ratio is 66%, it's 185 games, 26 in the World Cup. I think it's remarkable when you also think that he took over a team that was in ruins after 2010 and 2012. So the work that he's done is great. Probably, yes, in a better world, there's another title there. There's that final in 2022, obviously. The one in
Čo si ešte došiel, Cracker?
in France, in Paris, it was hard to take as well, and they were close. We did the 14 2016, we could have beaten Portugal. There's obviously the one against Argentina in Qatar in 2022. But I think he's the greatest head coach we've ever had. I think he's one of the greatest in world football in general, in history. But if you really want to be a bit picky, yeah, maybe there's one more big title there that is missing.
8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, Jules. And what would L'Équipe, who are famously stingy with their player ratings, give him?
I would give 9 out of 10. I know some people back home are a bit more critical, let's say. Don't forget as well, there's the style of football in those 14 years. Okay, this World Cup was maybe a bit different up to the semi-final. But remember, 2 years ago in Germany at the Euros, all of us on the show, we destroyed it because the football was so bad, so poor, despite the players that he had.
No čo je Vlasač? Ale škečok.
So passive, to go back to Thomas Tuchel's point.
Ja viem, že je to blieda, ja viem, že fúčime z postona, viem, že je to sauna, 34,5, ale ber to z rezervou.
But the football was never really that great before, even when they won in 2018, for example. So I would give him 9.
Škrečok.
8 for the Ferrer, I like him a lot, I've got soft spot for him. The others back home would probably give between 6 and 7, which I think is good.
Neboj sa, Škrečok.
Yeah, it's TalkSport World Cup Game Day. I'm Adrian Durham, Jim Pratt by Troy Deeney alongside.
Neboj sa, Škrečok, neboj sa. Došiel takto na konci dňa. Sedieť tu ako poď peniaze, čo? Alebo nejaké podmazy. Kde mám hlavu? Takže tá Palvexa liga vyzerá byť
Listen, sack Thomas Tuchel right now. In fact, Thomas Tuchel resign. Resign right now. I don't normally do videos like this walking through the street in rage. And I never saw it at the beginning. I was caught up in the emotion of what was going on. And I had a train ride back to think about things properly and to let it fester. You know me, I'm Mr. Positive sometimes. I like to try and see things from a different perspective. Sack him. I was all for Tuchel, not gonna lie. Elite manager, great understanding of the game, I thought. And I thought that in these moments, he wouldn't be a coward Because that's what Thomas Tuchel was in that last 20 minutes. A coward. Listen, I don't care about lighting. I don't care about thumbnails. I don't care. I just got a vent. Because it's sinking in of what's happened tonight. Those substitutions that he did after we went 1-0 up are sackable offences. It's that simple. It's really, really simple. This is really easy to understand. This is really easy to break down. They're sackable offences. Shout out to the people who called it. There's going to be a lot of people saying, I told you Tuchel was never the man, and this, that, and the other, and all of these things. No problem. No problem. You were right. No problem. I didn't see it coming. Because you know what? He actually got everything spot on for 60 minutes. Everything. The team was playing well. Look at me in the dark. Let me turn around. Let me turn around. You see my face. I'm in the middle of the road. He had everything spot on. But if Gareth Southgate did this, we'll be calling for him. This was exactly why he's paid the big bucks, the $5 million a year, to not do this kind of bullshit, to not make these type of stupid decisions. This is why he's paid the big bucks. And he's bottled it. Now, I was blaming the players a little bit because within that 5-3-2 and 5-4-1 or whatever, they were a bit passive. They didn't close the spaces. They didn't close the shooters. They didn't close the crossers. I hear that. But the message comes from the manager. I didn't see it immediately when it was happening because, like I said, I was caught up in emotion. But now the dust has settled and I've had the train ride back. He has to go. This is exactly why we brought him in. We brought him in literally not to do this. We've literally got Thomas Tuchel in for when the moments like this arise, you don't bottle it. You're playing against Argentina, bro. You're playing against the greatest ever player in football. And you put 6 defenders on. 7 defenders on, probably by the end. Like, what was he thinking? You got Marcus Rashford on the bench. You got Bukayo Saka on the bench. You got Ollie Watkins on the bench. You got Ivan Toney on the bench. We're seeing Dan Burn playing up front. Okay, brought him on at the back first, but you just inviting pressure against the biggest dogs in the tournament. You always find a way. Shout out Tim Vickery. I listened to his breakdown. He said England had Argentina exactly where they wanted them. Exactly where they wanted them. Wide men. That's where the goal came from. Because it was a tight game. It was a tight game before that. Up until the goal, and actually, when we scored the goal, it's probably against the run of play, to be fair. But where did it come from? Winger to winger. So bring on 2 fresh wingers. Take the onus back, Thomas. Or what do you do? What do you do, bro? You take off fucking Anthony Gordon and you put on, I think it was Konsa. That made the Argentinians go, these men are shook. These lot are shook. Man's got me out here at half fucking 12 in the morning, 1 a.m. in the morning, whatever it is. I gotta go to sleep and go straight back on the train to TalkSport HQ to do inside England and cuss this guy again. But it's a sackable. He has to go. You can't pay man $5 million a year and undo all Gareth Southgate hard work to get to this stage here and do that. It's the fine margins of football. But guess what, Tuchel? You got them all wrong. He has to pay for his job, bro. He's got to go. He has to. And now the narrative is, who did England play? I'm not going to act like I wasn't praising the team. The team did okay considering who we were playing. We're not a possession team, fine, but to invite that level of pressure against the world champions is cowardly, bro. Not with the attacking talent that we've got on the pitch. You see the Cesc Fabregas stuff started doing the rounds again. The Cesc Fabregas stuff's doing the rounds where he's like, he doesn't sub off a striker for a defender in the last 20 minutes of the game like that. Because all you do is just invite pressure. You might look it on a counter at the odd time and see it out, like against Mexico. But against good teams, 90% of the time, it backfires. Because it just shows the other team that you're good. And it shows your team that the manager wants you to defend. And that's exactly what happened. We couldn't get out. We couldn't get out. The goal was coming. And I've got my hands up. I just got it completely wrong. I really, really thought that Tuchel, in these moments, this is the exact moment I was talking about of why it would be great to have Thomas Tuchel. Because when it gets to this, the sickle twist moment, he's not going to skip, he's going to twist, he's going to find a way, he's going to make elite level decisions. This guy assessed our Euros exit and said we were too scared of going out rather than expressing ourselves to whatever the fuck he said. The man there taught the talk, but he's not walking the walk. Do you get it? Lip service, yappa, 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 word to Matisse, lip service, bro. That's what it was, lip service. So, listen, England should fire him. England should fire him immediately, now, or he should resign. One of the two, take your pick. Take your pick. One of the two, either walk or be pushed. What is it? Walk or be pushed. Push or jump. Pick your poison. Pick your poison, Tommy. People say, but who do you want to get? Well, the experiment has failed. It's failed miserably. And I was one of the biggest advocates for this because I'm just saying, I don't care who the manager is, I just want them to be elite. I just want, I just want someone in the dugout who's not going to be afraid to make the big decisions. And Tuchel was afraid to make the big decisions. Well, actually, he made big decisions. He just fucking got them all wrong. So that's it. England out of the World Cup against Argentina. Enzo Fernandez, I can't stand him. But listen, we got Messi. So I'm saying 39-year-old Messi or however old he is now. Got a big him up. He done his thing. Shout on us. 2 assists. And we lost to the world champions. But what my point is, you can lose to the world champions, but it's how it did. We didn't have to go out like that. Thomas Tuchel has embarrassed us tonight. He's made us look weak. Or, do you know, actually, let me not act like we weren't looking like that before, but he's had a continuation of that. He has not done a damn thing to change that. And he must pay with his position as the England head coach. That's it, I'm out. You lot, say what you want in the comments. There's not even going to be a thumbnail on this video. I'm just putting it straight up. I'll do that in the morning. I'm that angry. That angry.
Well, we got a weakers in team. Do we got a weakers? Do we got a weakers? Oh, we got a weakers. One is completely weak. I think it's the one with the height. So this guy is a complete rookie weaker, complete garbage. He needs to go. He needs to go. This weaker needs to go. It's just not happening. This weaker needs to go. What is this? Is this a fucking joke? Is this a fucking joke? Is this a fucking joke? What's this guy? What's this guy? Is this a fucking joke? Melee heavy attack chance? Magic heavy attack chance? Who are you, you weak shit? Who are you? Weak. You must go. What is this? Kick the weaker. Alright, fine. What fine? You don't want to kick the weaker? Be my guest, you fucking shits. Skurvený cheeser. Doslova cheeser. Aké runy má? Je diálkar. Je diálkar, dobre? Henčo má záruny. Má Melee heavy attack šancu a Magic heavy attack range. Magic heavy attack šancu. Keď používa look a crossbow, bow a crossbow a používa magickú heavy attack šancu a Melee heavy attack šancu. Čistý skurvisínsky cheeser. Čistý skurvisín, čistý cheeser, čistý hnoj. Chore. Ešte to odmietli vyhodiť skurveného cheesera. Títo hajzli. To chorí hajzli. Aj na nich. Chore. Hajzli, ktorí si o sebe myslia nejaké srhatky. Chore. Doslova chore. Chore, čo sme sa dožili, páni. Chore. Bezkonkurenčne, ani nemôžem ani cítiť, ani vidieť. Chore. Ak si nechajú Angličana Tuchela ako manažera, tak sú hlupáci, kde? Ako to je úplne neuveriteľné, akého hlúpeho manažera, ako Tuchel je hlupák jak dielo. To v živote neurobíš. Ale to bolo vidno vo všetkých zápasoch Anglicka, že je hlupák. Nezobral kvalitných hráčov, nezobral kvalitu, nezobral Palmera a Fodena. S Mexikom mal slinu, z Normy mali slinu. Ani jeden zápas Angličania naozaj že nedominovali. Prečo? Mal jeho hovno manažéra a nezobral najlepších anglických špakov. Prečo je nezobral? Lebo je chorý. 5 miliónov platia len tomu chorcovi. Ako garantujem na 100%, keby som bol ja manažérom Anglicka, tak by sa Anglicko dostalo ďalej. Ale tak to je logické. Ja sa trošku viacej význam v taktikách futbalových, ako ten pičus Tuchel. To je logické, ale je to veľmi úsmevné, že platíš 5 miliónov totálnemu amatérovi, úplnému imbredovi. Je to komické, ako platíš 5 miliónov amatérovi, jak diel. To je amatér, Tuchel je amatér. Ak stiahneš útočníkov za obrancov, tak si amatér. Pokiaľ je to 11 na 11, pokiaľ nie si 10 alebo niečo, že naozaj nemáš moc na výber, hej. A ešte zdá sa pochopiť, keď ste 10, 9, keď si dostali červené karty, OK, to sa ešte dá pochopiť. Ale keď ste 11 proti 11 a ty stiahneš útočníkov a namiesto útočníkov dáš obrancov, tak si amatér. Amatér ako dielo. To urobí iba amatér. 11 proti 11, vymeniť útočníkov za obrancov spraví iba amatér. Videli ste mňa niekedy v manažérovi stiahnuť útočníka a dať obrancu namiesto neho? Nie, nevideli. Ani ma neuvidíte. Ak stiahnem útočníka, namiesto neho ide iný útočník. Ak stiahnem stredopoliar, namiesto neho ide iný stredopoliar. Ak stiahnem obrancu, namiesto neho ide obranca. Chore, doslova chore. Amatér. Tuchel je najväčší amatér, ako som videl. Najväčší amatér, ktorý sa posral, pustil do gatí. Pustil do gatí. Tak áno, to si už povedal. S takýmto amatérom to nemá zmysel. Už opustil skupinu. Možno to bol ten, ktorý hlasoval za vykopnutie amatéra, ale kokoti ho prehlasovali. Možno tento kokot hlasoval za. Weak. Weaker už tu nie je medzi nami. Možno to bol práve ten kokotí tank, ktorý hlasoval za, že nechcel vykopnúť, lebo keď zmizol kokotí tank, tak zmizol aj Cheezer. Zmizol aj chorý Cheezer. Zaujímavé, no? Zmizol hlúpy tank, ktorý odišiel z partie, zmizol aj chorý Cheezer.
While the world could be heading into another period of dangerous weather extremes. The United Nations Climate Agency, the World...
El Nino. Vráti sa El Nino? Vráti sa El Nino? Je úplne nepochopiteľné, že nechcú vyhodiť Cheezerov. Aj tak dopadli kokoti, stratili čas. Nevyhodili Cheezera, skončili. To je veľmi ťažko povedať. Chore. Tuchel je totálny amatér. Ako to je... Amatér ako telo. No čo, prišli nejakí amatéri? Kto odišiel?
My favorite customer. Leave your stuff. Don't burn yourself.
Odišiel Mills. Oh shit. Scoring cheesery. Tak je dopadli skorým cheeserom tie vrady. Skorým cheeserom. Miešate karty skorým cheeserom. Ktorý obviesli cheeseuje. Tak aj dopadnete. Tak aj dopadnete, keď miešate karty skorým cheeserom.
Favorite customer, leave your stuff. Don't burn yourself.
Oh, holy Imperial Cloak. What a butcher, man. What a butcher. Holy Imperial Cloak. Oh my fucking god. What a bitch. Item. What a bitch. Holy Imp. 58 level. Same Peckerwood. Same Peckerwood. Same joystick. Same Bojo. What a shitstorm. What a business. What a business.
Hello and welcome to Cheat Sheet at the World Cup, your bite-sized guide to everything going on at the 2026 tournament. I'm Matt Kabir-Floyd, and coming up this Saturday morning, Thomas Tuchel has called on England to finish strongly as they head into tonight's bronze medal match against France in Miami. The fallout from the Argentina defeat continues though, with Tuchel telling a press conference overnight that he takes responsibility for the semi-final loss, but has no regret over his tactics. Full details shortly. Meanwhile, French boss Didier Deschamps admits France don't want to play tonight's third-place playoff against England, but they have a duty to. We'll look ahead to the fixture no one wants in a moment. Plus, as Sunday's final between Argentina and Spain gets ever closer, we'll find out how both sides are getting ready for this one, and hear what FIFA boss Gianni Infantino has been saying overnight too. But we start with England's final match at this World Cup, and Thomas Tuchel says he'll send his three-line side out against France tonight in the bronze medal match with the message to end their tournament strongly. This despite the fallout continuing from their semi-final defeat to Argentina, and Tuchel maintaining that he has no regrets over his tactics. Rob Dorset has more.
Well, we're in Miami. Very dark, still early hours of the morning, delayed flights and all that. But England's players arrived here earlier on this evening, and I think they're still pretty flat. I think the head coach is still pretty flat. That news conference that he gave when he got out here in Miami was fascinating to see, but a little bit bizarre. He rounded on a couple of the journalists. He doesn't like being questioned about his tactics, and yet he doubled down, saying that he had no regrets about the tactical changes that he made, and he still said that the players were too passive. And that's why he did what he did, to try and help the players out. He also said, interestingly, that even if some of the England support turns against him, he wants to stay on as England head coach for the next 2 years and take England to the next European Championships. But the Thomas Tuchel that we saw in training, well, he didn't look himself. I mean, over the last 18 months, he's been very vibrant with the players, very energetic. He was really lacking in energy in that final training session in Kansas City. Yeah, we saw him put his arm around Reece James on one occasion, but he wasn't chivying the players along. And the players themselves looked a little bit flat. I think it's a real challenge for the players to lift themselves to go again. And I'm not convinced that Thomas Tuchel has it in himself right now, the fight and the energy to lift the players to go again against the team ranked #1 in the world in France, remember. There will be changes to this starting 11 for sure. I've no doubt about that. A lot of changes, more changes than we've seen other times in the tournament. I think Dean Henderson may well come in for Jordan Pickford. I think some of the players who haven't played a lot of football in the last few games, Marcus Rashford, Eberechi Eze, Bukayo Saka, maybe they'll get more game time tonight. Still not convinced we'll see a lot of Kobbie Mainoo, but let's see what we get. Remember, it's a big game for England. Yeah, it feels like a dead rubber. It's not. If England win this one, they will finish third in the World Cup, their best finish in a World Cup since 1966. And dare I say it, if they lose it and lose it badly, there's going to be a big chorus more of criticism for Thomas Tuchel. So this isn't a dead rubber. It feels like a game that really matters for both the head coach and for the players.
The post-mortem from that Argentina defeat continues for Tuchel. Let's hear the thoughts now of former defender Rio Ferdinand. He's been speaking to Gary Cottrell.
Obviously disappointed with England going out, but they gave us some good memories, but just weren't able to get over the line. So, but yeah, still trying to pick myself up. The other day I was in the stadium, I was on the floor, man. Have you seen the comments by Thomas Tuchel saying it's not in the players' DNA, the English players' DNA, to kind of keep possession of the football? But that comes from the style of players. That if you pick a certain style of player and you don't see that in the training ground, you don't see that in the training sessions, then he's saying what he sees. And he picked a side to play a particular way of playing. If it wasn't that, then that's fine. But listen, I do think there are players in our country that are players that you would suggest can play. I think the likes of some of the players that didn't go or didn't play can do that. But the identity and the profile of player that he picked were probably more in terms of, I'm not saying they can't play, but they're probably their super strengths would be more in terms of physical running power and providing big moments. But listen, the manager has his right, and that's his job to pick the players that he wants for his team. But there are a good list of players that are good people that can take the ball under pressure and beat presses and whatnot. So,
As a top England player, as a top pro, the third place playoff, what are your feelings about it? Are the players actually that up for it
I wouldn't suggest that all the players are sitting there licking their lips to go and play that game. I wouldn't say that. I think that most of them are probably thinking now they want to get away and get on holiday and recuperate. But listen, it is what it is. It's part of it. But third and fourth place, who cares really? To be honest.
And just your fancy for the final.
I think it's hard to bet against Argentina. I think that they've shown such great character, determination and grit. I think people have been a bit disrespectful in saying they're an average team. They're not. They've got one of the best players who's ever played the game. And even though he's 39, still one of the best players on the planet. And they've got a great team. You don't do what they've done in finals, in big competitions over the last few years, world champions, and you call them average. I think it's out of order, it's disrespectful. And you're obviously not watching football enough because they're a very good team. And in times under stress and duress, they become better and stronger. But saying that, I do think Spain will win the game. I think they've got the best defensive record, and that's not because of their defence only, it's because their team, their shape, their identity, their in-game management as a team has been phenomenal. And they've got multiple ways to win a game in terms of personnel, great players. And if Rodri's fit, I think he's arguably the most important player on any team.
Okay, well, Dave Reed is here with me in the studio. And Dave, it's been called the match that no one wants. But has this third place playoff suddenly become very important for Thomas Tuchel himself and his future?
I think there will be a lot of eyes on it. I don't think it will have any immediate bearing on his future, but I think it will be a good barometer in terms of the kind of reception that he gets from the England fans. I think also it'll be a barometer of where his side, or where he believes his side are at against some of the top nations in this news conference overnight. He has said, the pre-match news conference ahead of this France game, he said there is a gap between England and these other nations. So the first step to try and close that gap starts against France. So that shows that he's taking it seriously. I think there will be motivation for Harry Kane for the Golden Boot. I think there'll be motivation for Jude Bellingham. And probably for a similar reason, really. Not just because of the kind of responsibility that he's carried for England throughout the tournament, but also an outside chance probably of the Golden Boot. But he still might believe that he's capable of getting there. It's a difficult game because, you know, Thomas Tuchel, if England win, people will say it's an irrelevant game. If he loses, the question marks will continue. Particularly, I'm sure a lot of people will be focused on if England gain a lead in this game, what happens? If England gain a lead in this game and then there's 20 minutes to go, half an hour to go, what kind of changes does he make? And if he makes attacking changes, what message does that send? What formation and the system he uses at the back end of this game against France, particularly if England are in a winning game state. So there'll be plenty of things to focus on, even if the result perhaps isn't so important. I think the performance level is, and I think the decision making within this game will be looked at with interest.
And they're taking on France, of course. Are France, at this stage, really not the team you want to be playing in a game that you want to finish strongly in? Because they've played the best football throughout this tournament, barring the semi-final. And if we think we're hurting here in England, imagine what it's like in France right now, when they swept all before them and then went out with a whimper.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say that this was one of the most talented sides we've ever seen in World Cup history, not just at this particular edition of the World Cup. So I think they'll be desperate to end on a good note. The other factor to consider is that it's Didier Deschamps' final game in charge, and that brings an emotional element to this game as well for the French supporters, for the French players as well. Someone who has led them brilliantly over a number of years now. You know, World Cup winner as a player, World Cup winner as a manager, a final, a semi-final this time around. Yes, they didn't perform to their maximum against Spain, but I think given their performances in the whole tournament, everyone will say that they were one of the best sides there. So they will also have motivation for Kylian Mbappe to get the Golden Boot.
This is my favourite customer.
Level with Messi.
Yeah, and there'll be players within that squad who will be hoping to play like Moran Sheffield, who hasn't had lots of matches in his time. So talented. And he'll be hoping to stake a claim for whoever this is.
All right, 10 p.m. tonight, of course, is the kickoff in Miami. You can follow all the build-up on Sky Sports News and Sky Sports app and website. Dave, say right there what your views on the final is at the moment, because it is Argentina against Spain in New York on Sunday, and Gary Cox is
Yeah, feeling extra accreditation around happy years played Real Madrid in Spain. I think deep down though, if Lionel Messi did win a game, Argentina did win a game, that would be good for the MLS. I think they would probably, even though it's saying will be wanting Argentina to win. Speaking about Messi, he was on the stage as well. I think the Argentina goalkeeper Martinez, answering questions, both of them very cool, very confident. And then what I would call the main event, the new style, the huge but he was not about the game about a helicopter back somewhere there. But he wasn't having that at all. All he had is just admiration, and more admiration. The Argentina head coach, a bit less of the courage, I have to say, a bit more laid back. Only answered about half an hour's
Thanks, Gary. But if Spain I think Spain going to this house favourite. This is the first World Cup final where we've got the American the homes of the European Spain. A lot of people will say that Spain have been building into this tournament. I think they've had fluctuations.
The storage is secure even in the rain.
Until you've got to that final. Similar-ish, I guess, to Argentina. They've had questionable performances. Egypt, Switzerland, Worthy, England, maybe. Although it came good for them at the end against England. So I think Spain go into this as favourites given their performance against France. You look at this Spain side and you say, well, have they got, they've got Lamine Yamal, but have they got the best forwards in the tournament? No, apart from Lamine Yamal falling into that elite bracket. Have they got the best defenders at the tournament? Probably not. If you look pound for pound, player for player. Midfield, amazing midfield, anchored of course by Rodri, who was so good against France. But there's such a cohesive collective unit, and that is what makes them so special. They're able to keep the ball from you. They defend with possession, and then also they can be aggressive off the ball as well, as we saw against France. So there's such a good unit, and that might well overcome the individual brilliance of Lionel Messi come Sunday night. For Argentina, everything is geared towards how they can get Messi into prime situations to cause damage, and they've managed to do it wonderfully well in this tournament so far in key moments, not for kind of 90-minute performances particularly, maybe Algeria at the start, but they've managed to do it on moments, I think, for Lionel Messi this time, and he has delivered every single time. And I mean, what a player. Enjoy this final for Lionel Messi, because it has to, surely it's his last one.
Yeah, you think so, wouldn't you?
Surely it's his last one. So enjoy it for Messi. Enjoy it for youth versus experience with Lamine Yamal as well. And as much as I say that Spain are the favourites and I think will probably win it, you just never know what might happen. And Lionel Messi is the guy that can do something that is out of this world. And also, if there's a way to disrupt Spain, I think it's probably what Argentina tried to do to England in the first half of the semi-final, where it was, let's make this an aggravating round, let's be antagonists, let's try and wind up the opposition, let's get bench involved, let's disrupt Spain's rhythm. And Spain will have to play with that maturity to overcome that and play through Argentina. Which should be a great night.
I'm fascinated to see how Spain deals with that. If Argentina try and do that to them in the first half an hour, like they did against England, who, to be fair, actually dealt with it pretty well. And after, that was the problem. Dave, this is our last cheat sheet together.
Yeah.
We're done after this one. It's been emotional, my friend.
Yeah, it's been long, hasn't it? This World Cup. It's been long, but there's been so many great things to celebrate.
What's been your moment of the World Cup?
Moment of the World Cup. I would say, well, I mean, look, Cape Verde, amazing, and I think you have to say, right, going into this World Cup, lots of people were questioning, do we need this expanded World Cup? You know,
the All-Flame calls up. The All-Flame calls us to the sea. To a lost river that still draws ghostly breath. A curse
amazing goal
down
below.
below.
I would say my moment, maybe not a moment, but my night.
With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of your stars before the
a couple against Senegal. It was Erling Haaland getting a couple against Iraq.
Somewhere in the blackest depths
against Nigeria. And
bounty
absolutely
and
World Cup has arrived. This has been in the World Cup of the superstars, and that was the night for me where everything came together. And people who don't even like football in my day-to-day life were asking me about Mbappe and Haaland and Messi. And for people, that's what the World Cup is about: getting people involved and being as inclusive as we can, and welcoming as we can to people who don't tend to watch footballers in the minutiae that we tend to do in the industry, and having that enjoyment and that fulfillment of watching people make that that's
in the World Cup, the big stars, the big goals, of course, having that line. Well, that's Dave's take on it. I wonder what Gianni Infantino made of this World Cup. This should be entertaining. Are they solitary?
The skies over Manhattan were unusually quiet today. President Trump was in town and New York was covered by a no-fly zone for security reasons. You may not have heard the ubiquitous roar of helicopters, but if you listened carefully, you could hear plenty of hot air coming out of Trump Tower, where Gianni Infantino and President Trump were talking about the World Cup. Start spreading the news. The World Cup is almost over. So Gianni Infantino is out telling everybody who would listen that this has been the greatest World Cup ever. Not only that, but the greatest human, social and cultural event that mankind has ever seen. If that kind of stuff turns your stomach, then prepare for another 4 years of it, because Infantino is nailed on to be re-elected unopposed as the FIFA president next year. He already has the support of 200 of FIFA's 211 member associations, including our very own Football Association. Someone else who would like to stand every 4 years for president unopposed, of course, is President Trump. Now, he famously likes the sound of his own voice, even when he's talking about football. Today, on Ballongate, he said it had been blown up out of all proportion. Balogun played even when he was suspended, and that was another great decision, apparently, by Gianni Infantino. As for Lionel Messi, well, Trump has been watching him, and he's noticed things about his technique that other people haven't seen yet. As for Harry Kane, a great guy, and Trump's golf buddy, well, he's been played out of position. According to Trump, they took their best player and put him on defense. Anyway, enough about this World Cup. What about doing it all over again? Trump is up for it, and Infantino seems to be up for it as well. Who knows, in 2038, we could have another World Cup here in the United States and China. Yes, China. Infantino, of course, should have retired by then, but who knows? If he's still clinging on to power, rest assured that after the World Cup in 2038, he'll be claiming that it was the greatest one ever.
Okay, Dave, that's it. Our World Cup is over. Hayley McQueen will bring you tomorrow's cheat sheet. Thank you very much for listening or watching. England couldn't bring it home, but they could finish with a medal tonight, a bronze one. We'll discuss the headlines from that bronze medal match and look ahead to the World Cup final on Sunday's cheat sheet. Bye for now.
Toho Matsosa treba zobrať, toho Afričana. On je... Môže byť rezerva na miesto Branka Nediča. By som povedal, že jednoznačne to je Matsosa zobrať. Túto pozíciu sa naučí. Je to čistý grazel. Trošku viac nie, ale... Má 15 profesionalizmu, 16 lojalitu, 14 pressure, 6 injury prone, rýchlosť má, výšku má relatívne OK. Môže byť náhrada, jednoznačná náhrada na miesto Branka Nediča. Jednoznačne ho treba zobrať. Aj keď za ne budem musieť vysúť okolo 2000 ten plat. Matsos je v podstate namiesto Branka Nediča. Zatiaľ môže v 19 byť zahrzaný. Zostal by nejaké zápasy. Nejaké zápasy prax v lige. Veľký plat pýta, ale jednoznačne ho treba grebnúť. To je špička v obore Matsoso, špička v obore. Špička v obore, profesionál je, pracant je, determináciu má na solidnej úrovni. Treba ho jednoznačne grebnúť. Jednoznačne ho treba grebnúť. Bránko Nediš by zatiaľ išiel do 19. Hovorím, ten plát, máme tam rezervu, do tých 150 000 aj tak plánujeme ísť. Teoreticky môžeme ísť do 200 000 týždenne, to je OK. Môže platiť tých 600 000. Respektíve môžeme platiť aj 1 000 000 mesačne, to nie je problém. Takže... Máme tu jedného Grebera, ktorý sa rozhodol, že to bude robiť sračku. Takže Matsu sa treba jednoznačne zobrať. O tom nie je pochyb. Matsu sa je naozaj veľmi dobrý Fagan. Pokrýva nám tie pozície, v ktorých vždy môžu byť rezervy, môžu byť problémy. 159 potenciál, 159, to je slušné číslo. Aj Freddy má 159 a vieme, že Freddy je kľúčový aspik. Takže... Matsa sa jednoznačne treba kúpiť. What?
There are certain men who live differently. They don't fit into the usual boxes, and they don't follow the paths that others expect. These men are known as Sigma males. They move through the world with independence, silence, and focus. But what most people don't see is that every Sigma male is living two lives at once. On the surface, it may look like he's just a quiet man doing his own thing. But if you pay closer attention, you'll notice something deeper. The Sigma male carries a public life that everyone sees and a private life that almost no one understands. These two lives are not an act. They are both real. And together, they shape who he is. The first life is the one the world interacts with. It's the version of him that shows up to work, social settings, or public places. It's how he operates in society, calm, controlled, often mysterious. People might see him as disciplined, focused, or hard to read. That's the outer layer. That's life number one. But then there's the second life. This is the one nobody sees. It's internal. It's where his thoughts live, where his real feelings exist, where his beliefs are formed. It's deep, spiritual, and sometimes even painful. This is where he fights his real battles. This is the life that shapes all of his decisions, even if he never talks about it. These two lives exist side by side, not because he's hiding anything, but because this is how he's built. The Sigma male is not two-faced, he's two-layered. And understanding both lives is the key to understanding who he really is. In this video, we'll explore what those two lives look like, and then break down 6 clear reasons why he lives this way. Once you understand this, you'll never look at the Sigma male the same again. Life 1, the public life. The first life the Sigma male lives is the public one, the life others see and interact with. This is the version of him that walks through the world with a steady energy. He doesn't talk too much, but when he does, it's intentional. He doesn't chase attention, but somehow it finds him. He's the kind of man who blends in without disappearing. In public, the Sigma male often appears confident, calm, and in control. He knows how to handle himself. He can sit in a meeting and stay quiet, then speak one sentence that shifts the entire conversation. He doesn't need to dominate the room. His presence alone changes the energy. People might call him mysterious. Some might see him as antisocial. But the truth is, he's simply selective. He observes more than he speaks. He listens before he moves. This is not shyness, it's awareness. He reads people, reads situations, and calculates his steps. Every move is made with purpose. In his public life, the Sigma male usually keeps things clean and simple. He shows up, does what's needed, and keeps it moving. He doesn't play office politics. He avoids drama. He respects structure, but he won't blindly follow it. If a rule doesn't make sense, he won't fight it. He'll just find another way. His relationships in this life are often limited but solid. He may have a small circle, but he's strong. He values loyalty and honesty.
Favorite customer, leave your
He
stuff.
doesn't
Don't
need to
burn
be
yourself.
everyone's friend, but if he chooses to connect with someone, it's real. People learn to respect his boundaries. They see that he won't fake anything, not conversation, not interest, not energy. The public life of the Sigma male also includes how he deals with pressure. He doesn't break down in front of people. He doesn't overreact. Even when things go wrong, he stays focused. People may not know what he's thinking, but they trust that he's not losing control. This makes him reliable in chaos. But this public version of him is only part of the picture. It's the mask that fits naturally, not a lie, but not the full truth either. It allows him to function in the world without giving too much away. He protects his energy by not exposing everything. This is how he moves safely through life, with presence, but with protection. That's the first life. The life others know. But there's another life running beneath the surface, and it's just as real, maybe even more. Life. 2. The inner life. The second life the Sigma male lives is private. It's quiet, deep, and guarded. This is where his real thoughts live. This is where his purpose is shaped. It's not for public view. It's not for social media. It's not even something he always explains to the people closest to him. This is his inner world, and it's sacred. In this life, the Sigma male is constantly thinking. He reflects on every choice he's made. He analyzes where he's going, what he wants, and why things are the way they are. He doesn't just react to life, he studies it. He sees patterns. He notices signs. He searches for meaning in places most people ignore. This inner life is where his creativity lives. It's where his ideas are born, tested, and developed. It's where he connects with something bigger than himself. His intuition, his spiritual beliefs, his moral compass. He may not talk about it, but it drives everything he does. Here, the Sigma male also faces his struggles. He deals with pain in silence. He processes disappointment without looking for sympathy. When he fails, he doesn't make excuses. He studies the failure, breaks it down, and learns from it. This life is not easy, but it's honest.
Can work.
It's where his growth happens. Solitude is important in this second life. He needs time alone to hear his own
Actually
voice.
can work.
Too much noise throws him off.
Se isso
When
consegue,
things
meu
feel
pai.
chaotic on the outside, he retreats into this space to reset. This is how he keeps his mind clear and his actions sharp. Without this time, he starts to lose balance. His inner life also keeps him grounded. No matter how much attention he gets or how well things go on the outside, he always checks in with himself. He asks hard questions. Am I being real? Am I aligned with my values? Am I moving with purpose? These moments
It's
of
actually
self-check
fun.
are what keep him strong when others
It's a
start
light.
to fall apart. Very few people are invited into this world. And those who
It's
are
a good
understand
professionalism,
quickly that this
yeah,
life
it's
is
fun.
serious. It's not open to games. It's not available
It's
to
fun.
everyone. It's protected for a reason.
Sega is a little
because
bit
it's where
not
the
cheap,
truth
but it's
lives.
fun.
This second life is
It's
why
fun.
the Sigma male doesn't need to explain himself.
It's fun.
He knows what's going on inside. He knows where he's headed. He doesn't need loud
To znamená, Branko Nedič končí u nás.
And that's the power of living two lives. One for the world, one for the soul. Reason number one, independence from the herd. The Sigma male doesn't follow the herd. That's not just a mindset, it's a built-in trait. He was never made to blend in or rely on the approval of the crowd. He thinks for himself, chooses his own path, and values freedom over comfort. This core drive is one of the main reasons why he lives two lives. In public, he might appear to go along with what's happening around him. He can attend the meetings, do the job, handle the small talk. But deep down, he's always holding on to his independence. He plays the game, but only when it serves a purpose. He's not interested in being accepted. He's interested in being real. This creates a natural split. He lives one life where he interacts with the world just enough to function. But the life that really matters to him happens on his own terms. That life is shaped by his own values, not social rules. He can appreciate society, but he doesn't depend on it. Independence also protects him. It allows him to move without asking for permission.
OK. To znamená 160 000 macosov. Čo potrebujeme. Problém je, že budeš pýtať, chceš fringe, dáme ti break for prospecta. Chceš fringe. OK, dostaneš fringe. Veľké bomby pýtaš, ale tak nejako sa s tým skúsime vyrovnať. Dostaneš 4-ročný kontakt. Tieto veci si všetky odpustíš. Dostaneš celom fee percentage. Dostaneš 2000 appearance fee. Dostaneš 4000 lojalitu. Ak budeš súhlasiť s dvojkou. Ale čo povieš na toto? Dobre, nepáči sa mu to. Ale skúsime 2,5, čo povie. Takže bude mu stačiť 2,5. Bude mu stačiť takto 2,5. Dobre, to ešte dobre dokážeme zredukovať. Dobre, to ešte nebude zlý plán. To ešte nie je zlé. Je to len 4-ročný kontrakt, čo smrdí, ale... Čo s tým spravíš? Čo s tým spravíš? Optional contract extension mu ísť. Nemyslím si, že je riešené, že mi to prejde. Pretože Adek bude musieť dať nový kontakt. Neprejde. Skúsime 2200. Môžeme zobrať 2200, tak to bude veľmi prozaické. Zobral 2200. Skúsime 200. S Macosom sa dohodneme. Skúsime 200. Skúsim toto nechať na 1500. Možno zoberať 2000, ak zoberať 2100, tak je to dobré. Takže 2100 nechce. Dobre, tak 2200. Ale to sme sa dohodli na ešte solidnej sume. A keď od začiatku chce vyšší plat, ale Matsos je kľúčový jedinec. Matsos je veľmi dôležitý. A príde k nám aj Dubravka, ale Dubravka je na pravej strane. Ne? Dubravka je hlavne pravák. A Matsoso nám veľmi blísne. Mal by súhlasiť s 2200, áno? Je to síce najväčšie žmýkalstvo, ale mal by to zobrať. Takže 2200, o 200 viacej, ako mu platí Sandoz, Sekované Matsoso chce Fringea 2200, iba štvorčný kontakt na škodu veci, čo nie je bohvie čo, ale ďalšiu sezónu ešte nie, to je 4, 5, 6. Po ďalšej sezóne skúsime dať nový kontrakt. Je to ideálne, 2240, 10 štvorčný, 1550. My client appreciates these terms, but I hope you will understand the need for us to go away and consider the bigger picture before presenting our final decision to you. Forcing me into making a final decision was a good piece of negotiation on your behalf. I'll be in touch regarding my client's final decision in the near future. Takže to sme sa veľmi dobre dohodli s Matsosom. Nejakí hráči odídu, samozrejme. Kto odtiaľ to by išiel do obrany? Nikto po pravde. Nedič u nás končí. Moc si vyskakoval, moc špekuloval, tak v 19 bude zarazávať. A má pekne dlhý kontrakt, on tam bude pekne dlho zarazávať. Nedič si musí uvedomiť jednu vec. Je youngster. Ja ho skúsim samozrejme predať. Najlepšie, keby som ho, Nedič si zaslúži ísť ďalej. Uvidíme. Valdovič zobral Eduarda, to je OK. To je OK. Eduarda u nás nebude mať priestor aj tak. On nemá tie mentálne vybavenia na to. 20 zoberie Bottermansa. Ja som chcel nechať ako Slováka. Ale popravde máme slabý. Testovať chcem potenciálna abilita Lukáč je lepšie. Nedôvodné zrobiť Slováka, keď Miloš Lukáč má 145, 118 current. Miloš Lukáč robí lepšiu prácu ako Bottermans. Je profesionál, vie to otačať. Takže to v takej branži. Kedy máme zápas? Zápas máme zajtra. Dobre. Stefany nemusí si ho moc náskakovať teoreticky. Oh, I think we're good. I think we're good. Živkoviča predali. A vďaka tomu z neho zinkasujeme 750 000. Čo v celku zaujímavé. Živkoviča predali. Kam ho predali? Kto ho predal? Do Koma. Odišiel. Lacno ho predali. Za 1 800 000. Čo nie je moc dobré. Sedlák, Bačík. Bačíka budem musieť nastaviť. Bačíka bude treba nastaviť. Ideme za neho pýtať 1 000 000. Reject all transfer offers. Káva, Freddy. V čom sa zmenil? V čom sa zlepšil Sergej? V klasikách. To. Nie je to zlé. Nie je to zlé. Reflexy, command of very anticipation. Dobre, nie je to zlé, takže Branko Nedič pôjde preč. Traja hráči prídu, traja hráči nás doplňa. Je to Dúbravka, krídelník na pravej strane, Matsoso, krídelník na ľavej strane a Beja, stredopoliár, ktorý to bude raziť. No. Takže Harčič, Amir, Jan, Antič, Dalfúňo, Vicente, Freddy, Zvartura, Rossi, Bas. Poďme na to. Každý si dá polku zápasu. Freddy možno viacej. Aj keď ani nie, Freddy je OK. Takže dlho to trvá. Ale to kvôli nahnitému trónu. No to vlastne bude sekať, jak hovno kvôli nahnitému trónu. Nič musíme trón vypnúť. Ja. Takže Zvartura z Rossi. Rossi na tej pravej strane tam to reže. Zvara na ľavej strane to reže. Je to extrémne zasekané. Že musíme to pauznúť. A ukončiť tohto hajzlofila. Ale už točíme prípravné zápasy. Krosát, Igor, Rossi, Gomez, Jan, Baje, Kuzmenko. Kuzmenko potrebuje lepší profesionalizmus, ale ináč je Kuzmenko OK, malá kontroverzia. Prešov vie, ako tak zvládať. Je to Sergej, no je to Sergej. Ja sa spoliehame, že Sergej to bude razieť. Jasne, Servačič má 169. No, Servačič je ten big boy, no, je ten big boy. Používač pičného Adentusa a nemáš ho ani v legendárnom meči, taký si pičec. Točíme ako točíme. Tu sa stihnem, dáme si prípravný zápas, sme v suchu. Nahlasím sa. Dudy nehodí eventa. No, takže dáme si jeden prípravný zápas, pozrieme ako na tom Fagani vyzerajú. Je tam Dál, je tam Funo, je tam Antič, je tam Rossi. A je tam Luis. Luis Vicente, prezývaný ako Luiso. Dobrá šanca pre Antiča. Ako myslel to pekne Buržovac, ne? Rossi vyhral hlavu, neviete, ne? Dál zvykne veľmi často prihrať na sračku. Ako Rossi je dobrý, Rossi sa dobre zapája do útočných aktivít. Rossi sa veľmi zdatne zapája do útočných aktivít. Čo bolo? Antič sa veľmi dobre osvedčuje na tom AMCčku. Pekelne to roztáča z tej pozície, čo je zaujímavé. Ako on je kaliber, ale má 19 zranenia, to je jeho problém. A neskutočne dobre sa osvedčuje na tej pozícii. Dal to trošku rúbe v posledných časoch. Tak dále taký. V podstate namiesto Magema B bude v lige naskakovať už, namiesto Dala bude už naskakovať Magema B. Iba spustil jedného Líšiaka. A počkej, to bol... Ne, Jan prihrával. Fuňalet je buržoázny jedinec. On to vie zaprašiť. Preto ho uznáme v tom strede pola, lebo to vie zaprašiť. No, má veľmi dobrý balans. Freddy veľmi dobrý výkon. Fuňa veľmi dobrý výkon. Solidný výkon. Antič veľmi dobrý výkon. Solidný výkon Majrosy. Fuňalet má balans vysoký, že áno, má balans. On vie si tú správnu balancovanú cestu nájsť. Takže dáme Sergeja. Bachera, Pedra, Carvajala, Reyesa, namiesto Dala pôjde Delphi, Fuňo si oddychne, pôjde Igor, Antič celý zápas, Jan preč, Naď a Iggy. Zvára celý zápas. Naď a Iggy. Dvadsaťjeden strel, 11 strel na bránu, oni 5. Také to otáčame. Fuňalet, 2 góly. Vicente Antič. Namiesto Dala by bude naskakovať už Magema Beja s Fuňom. Magema Beja na to má. Sergej dostal tiež pekného všíváka. Demand more. Poď Pedro, poď. Igor, Delphi. Bacho dlhá lopta na Carvajala a tento už ťahá. Naď sa snaží, ale prekutral to. Uvidíme, čo spraví Iggy. Iggy je zatiaľ taký tichý. Zatiaľ ho nevidíme nejako, že by produkoval. Dobrá strela Delphi, skoro zarezal, len hitlo to post. Ale myslel to veľmi buržoázne, len chýbalo tomu trochu šťavy. Dobre. Veľmi dobré výkony. Trošku body language Freddyho. Niečo nezvládol tam. Freddyho morálka je taká všelijaká. Takže Freddy chce odísť kvôli interestu. Dokedy má kontakt o 37. Ale zase stresuje, že chce odísť. Tak to je Freddy. Ani Sergej nemal nejaký dobrý zápas. No ani bas. Trošku smradlava, ale čo sa dá robiť. V finále to som odkiaľ zohnal z Cornelia. Funela má predsa 150 potenciál, ale nemá vysoký. On má najmenší profesionalizmus z nás, ja Prešov má iba 6. Má profesionalizmus iba 10. No ale jeho ambície, lojalita, konzistencia udržia ako tak na úzde. Determinácia worker udrží na úzde. No on už nebude nejako lepší. To je Funaletov, dá sa povedať pík. Ale on samozrejme ťaha tiež na 1660 dní. Chrom 1200 dní, môžem povedať. 1200, 1300 dní. To je ešte dosť. Teraz podpísal nový kontakt na 5 rokov, takže to bude v Súchote. Hovorím, do tých 200 000 náplaty v kľude môžeme platiť, uvidíme, ako sa to bude vyvíjať časom. Máme Sergea Martyho v klube. Už má tiež svoj vek. 66 rokov. Bauer má 170. No, on je dobrý Bauer. On to vie roztočiť. Dôležité je, že sme odomkli 160 vďaka Jánovi. Takže Antič, no on je kľúčový, len Antičov problém je 19 zranenia, 7 konzistencia. On je taký špekač, ktorého som zobral ako špekačku, dá sa povedať. Koľko mu platia? Musím mu platiť dosť, čo? $2200. Komu platíme najviac? Dálovi, 4600. A Haračičovi. Tak Haračič 6,5. Haračič dostáva 6,5. Haračič dostáva 6,5. A Haračič je kľúčový, samozrejme. Ale môžeme to zabaliť. Pomaličky sa hýbeme ďalej. Dôležité je, že koeficienty Slovenskej ligy boomujú. Predbehli sme Dánov. A ja si myslím, že predbehneme aj Škótov. Snáď. Ak predbehneme Dánov, Škótov, dáme pekné 12. miesto, tak to bude tučné. Bude tučné. V každom prípade Slovenská liga by jednoznačne mala boomovať. No. Slovenská liga by mala boomovať. Mala by boomovať. Igora Báčika, Jana Sedláka, takých kľúčasov, takých silných kľúčasov. Jan Sedlák, Igor Báčik, to sú všetko štamgasti vysokého kalibru. Let's find out. 2.
Right, England could finish their World Cup campaign on a high when they take on France tonight in the third-place playoff in Miami. A win tonight would seal England's best finish at a World Cup since 1966. Let's cross over live to our football correspondent, Rob Dorset, who is at the Miami Stadium. Rob, good to see you again. There's been reports that Chelsea have agreed what could be a club record fee with Aston Villa for Morgan Rogers. What do you make of that?
Well, extraordinary report to come out. I think you have to say no one saw that one coming. And look, we haven't been able to speak to Chelsea or to Aston Villa yet to confirm the story. But if it is correct that Chelsea have agreed a £117 million fee with Aston Villa for Morgan Rogers, you have to say that's a heck of a coup for Chelsea, because I think all of the expectation was that he was going to go to Arsenal if he was going to go to anywhere. We know that Aston Villa didn't want to sell him, but I think they were realistic in realising that if clubs were prepared to go to that sort of level, it would be very difficult to keep Morgan Rogers in the Midlands. And the fact is, we thought that of all of these suitors, Arsenal was the most likely. But actually, if you look at the type of player that Morgan Rogers is, a move to Chelsea probably suits him a little bit better, because I think Arsenal would have used him probably wide right rather than as a number 10, which is Morgan Rogers' preferred role. Whereas, Enzo Maresca, who's in charge of Chelsea now, we believe is much more attuned to using 2 number 10s. Cole Palmer could go alongside Morgan Rogers, of course, and Cole Palmer and Morgan Rogers played together in Manchester City's academy. I don't know whether you just heard that big clap of thunder and flash of lightning here, by the way. Please tell me we're not going to get any delay to this third and fourth place playoff. But let's see exactly how it goes, because things could develop pretty quickly from here. Morgan Rogers will fly back with the England squad from the US, we expect tomorrow. And so he could take part in a medical pretty quickly after that. And let's see what happens and how it progresses. I think he's quite keen on the move, potentially. But until we've had a chance to confirm it with Chelsea and Aston Villa, we should
Morgan Rogers.
At the moment, as things stand, Morgan Rogers is still an Aston Villa player on duty with England out here at the World Cup.
Okay, if that thunder gets worse and the lightning strikes, Rob, just let us know and we'll cut short our chat. But we'll carry on for the minute. Rogers started against Argentina on Wednesday. Could he start tonight?
I think there's a good chance that he may start tonight. I couldn't possibly guess in which position, to be honest, because don't forget, he was brought into this squad, Thomas Tuchel said, as a number 10, as a backup to Jude Bellingham. And at the start of the tournament, remember, there was a big debate about whether it should be Rogers or Bellingham who would start in that number 10 role. Absolutely no debate now. Jude Bellingham has been one of the standout players of this World Cup, not just for England, but for any of the nations that are here. But against Argentina, Rogers started on the right wing, not his preferred position. So let's see, because I do expect Thomas Tuchel to bring some changes tonight. And in those wide attacking areas, I do think there'll be changes. I think he wants to try and bring some fresh legs on. So maybe we'll see a bit more of Marcus Rashford, Bukayo Saka, Noni Madueke, Eberechi Eze, and Rogers himself. And so let's see, because I think the attacking options England put out there tonight might be slightly different from what we've seen in the tournament so far.
Rob, this match often dubbed as the game that no one wants to play, but just how much does Thomas Tuchel need?
Look, if England were to win this game, I think it would change the mood considerably. It's incredibly negative, isn't it? The media coverage and the supporter mood since that semi-final exit to Argentina. On the face of it, losing to the reigning world champions who've won the last 3 international tournaments, if you look at the World Cup and 2 Copa Americas. There's no disgrace in that, but it was the nature of the defeat, with England capitulating and sitting so deep late on and conceding 2 late goals, and Thomas Tuchel going very negative with his substitutions that I think has left a very sour taste in the mouth. And I haven't seen a level of reaction from the media and England supporters against an England head coach like this when the team have done okay. They've got to a World Cup semi-final. That's not bad, is it, really? Let's be honest. So I think it matters to the mood going forward from here and the attitude towards Thomas Tuchel, how this game goes, how this result is. If England win this game, as you mentioned right at the start, they will finish 3rd in the World Cup, and that's their best ever finish since 1966 when they won it 60 years ago. So Thomas Tuchel could hold his head high and rightfully claim that, look, I did better than any of my England predecessors, bar Sir Alf Ramsey. It would be hard to argue with him in that case, especially if they've beaten France, one of the world powerhouses in this bronze medal match. If they lose, I think there'll be more criticism for Thomas Tuchel. If England lose badly, I think there will be a clamour that will create real doubt over Thomas Tuchel's future as England head coach going forward, because there'll be 2 games with 2 defeats, and if one of them is heavy against France, there'll be question marks. He was the guy who was brought in to try and win these big matches against the big nations, to try and put a second star on the shirt. So that's why I think it matters to the England players. I think they want to end on a high if they possibly can, against one of their bitterest of rivals, of course. But for Thomas Tuchel, it feels like the stakes are even higher.
Yeah, Rob, you mentioned France. You describe them as a powerhouse. I mean, is it advantage France tonight, given they've had an extra day's rest? Didier Deschamps' last game, very different dynamic with the managers. You just feel with the likes of Mbappe, they still have plenty of energy in their ranks. It feels like it's England are flatter somehow than France.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but look, we're not party to what the French media is saying all the time. And look, the French team cruised through this World Cup final, didn't they? For my money and for a lot of pundits, they were the best team in it, right up until they met a Spain team that absolutely stifled them and dominated them in that World Cup semi-final. And I think there has been some fallout since that game back home in France, that such a storm towards the World Cup final was halted so easily and effectively by Spain. So they will want to go again. Didier Deschamps has suggested that the mood in the camp is a little bit low and nobody's particularly keen on playing this game. But as you mentioned, it is his last game in charge. I think the players will want to go out on a high and try and win it for him. And also bear in mind that Kylian Mbappe is joint top scorer in this tournament alongside Lionel Messi. So there's the small matter of the golden boot that he'll be thinking of. They've got 8 goals, Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham 6. So again, there's something for England's 2 big guns there to maybe keep in their back of the minds in this game. But all that's a little bit of a sideshow. It's a bronze medal match that Gianni Infantino himself forgot when he was talking to the US President Donald Trump, when he said there's 1 more game to go in this World Cup, and had to correct himself and say, oh, actually, there's 2. So if the FIFA president is forgetting about this match, I think 1 or 2 of the England fans can be forgiven for thinking it's maybe not that important. But again, believe me, if you can, that it matters to Thomas Tuchel hugely, because how England end this tournament could be absolutely crucial for his future going forward.
Rob, thank you very much. Great stuff.
Passionate about Tuchel's comments just the other day, so I'm wondering how you're feeling about what he said ahead of this game.
Well, is it better? Did that make it better for you?
Can you cope with these? Because you said you couldn't cope the other day.
Well, the other day it was very, very fresh, like the stuff that he'd been saying. And to be honest, from my perspective, I was advised by somebody to watch the game back to see if it changed my perspective, and it absolutely did not change it at all. It actually made it a lot worse.
You watched it again?
Actually, you said watch after England scored the first goal, and I said, do I have to?
To znamená, plán je jasný. Potrebujeme ženy vylízať. Takže v podstate Tito má 58 všetky. A Dudin má jednu 59, takže vidíme to, že v podstate sú rovnako na to, dá sa povedať. Jedna 59, Tito má všetky 58. Takže nakoniec sa to zase obidva, ja som na tom rovnako, dá sa to je, obidva som na tom rovnako. Takže tá 60-ka do ďalšieho týždňa, ako som povedal, by mala byť do piatku tie 60-ková marža. Samozrejme, že je to chore, samozrejme, že to nikto z nás nechce, ale tak sa to hýbe v branži.
Have you come to offer magic? Will this hunger ever
nakoniec som kúpil Matsosa. Veľmi dôležité, aby sme zobrali aj Matsosa. Nakoniec aj Matsosa k nám príde a Branko Nedić odchádza do paseky. Matsosa je náhrada. Náhrada za Branka Nedića. Náhrada za Branka. O 11. máme Škrekošku. A neskutočne mám uriti už tohto. Vôbec. Ako vôbec už. Za chvíľu nebudem robiť nič. Iba sa nahlásim, prísam vačku. Za chvíľu jediné, čo budem robiť, je tie veľké červené kontakty. Možno, neviem, uvidím. Ako Tron absolútne už mám uriti. Ako z Tronu urobili totálne chorý paškvil. Nech si ho odsypajú oni. Ako strašne odrovnali Tron, strašne odrovnali. Ako z Tronu je už úplná sračka. Mi to pripomína tú dekadenciu. Tron mi pripomína tú dekadenciu. Keď som sa do Tronu iba nahlásil, odkúpil veci a tým to končilo. Nerobil som nič iné. Iba som sa nahlásil, odkúpil som veci a tým to končilo. A začíname sa blížiť do toho stavu. Ako Tron úplne finišuje. Spravili z neho totálneho chorého hajzla. Tak keď ste spravili z Trónu hajzla, tak si ho točte vy. Dobre, otočite si ho vy. Keď ste z neho robili takú chorú paseku, tak si to otočite vy, túto chorú paseku. Ako urobiť z Trónu, takto zosrať Trón na takúto masívnu úroveň. Je na to. Chcete vidieť, koľko damage robí Cordy? 14 000-ový meč? Archboss zbraň? Všetci ospevujú, aký veľký damage robí. Chcete vidieť, koľko damage robí Cordy? Je na to. 7300. 7000 damage. Neskutočné čísla. Čo toto je Cordy? To je bomba. To je bomba. Chore, doslova chore. Koľko máme? Chore. Sračka. A každá jedna zbraň je sračka. Ak nejaká zbraň robí damage, tak to nejako cheatujú. Pretože ja nečítujem, ja nepodvádzam, ja som normálne vybavený, nie som slabý, mám silu, silné veci, všetko silné, napančované veci, heavy attack damage, všetko máme, veľmi slušné čísla, Cordy, žiadny damage, nulový hníz, končíme. Takže ja by som povedal, že to zistenie, že Cordy je sračka, to má najväčší podiel. Na tom, že... som to zabalil. Ja. $10 rúk. 50, no. Čo to je za otázku? Čo to je za kokockú otázku? Že koľko prstov má 10 rúk? Jedna ruka má 5 prstov. A? Tak 10 rúk má 50. Čo to je za kokockú otázku? Že koľko prstov má 10 rúk? 50. Čo na to sú kokocké otázky? Tak čo sú za kokocké otázky? Čo to za kokocké otázky? Že jedna ruka má 5 prstov, tak 10 rúk má 50 prstov. Čo sú to za kokocké otázky? Ja som šokovaný z ľudskej rasy, to sú imbecilé všetci.
Of a man with low intelligence that he hardly ever notices.
Ukáž to.
A lack of intelligence isn't always about how much knowledge someone has. More often, it shows through a person's attitudes, choices, and the way they handle life's challenges. Some men repeatedly engage in behaviors that hold them back without realizing the damage they're causing. Recognizing these signs is the first step toward developing greater wisdom, maturity, and emotional intelligence. Number 1, he acts before he thinks. A man with low intelligence often makes impulsive decisions and only thinks about the consequences afterward. Small problems quickly turn into major conflicts because he lacks self-control. Acting purely on emotion usually leads to regret. Mature people take time to think before they react. Number 2, he believes he's always right. This mindset makes him reject advice and dismiss opinions that differ from his own. Instead of listening, he argues just to prove a point. As a result, he limits his own growth and misses valuable opportunities to learn. Truly intelligent people understand that there is always something new to learn. Number 3, he blames others for his problems. Whenever something goes wrong, he rarely accepts responsibility. There is always someone else to blame or an excuse to justify his mistakes. By refusing to acknowledge his own role, he remains stuck in the same cycle. Real growth begins when people take ownership of their choices. Number 4, he keeps repeating the same mistakes. Making mistakes is part of life, but repeating the same ones over and over shows a failure to learn. He faces the same setbacks because he never changes his behavior. Instead of reflecting on what went wrong, he convinces himself it was simply bad luck. Intelligent people turn their experiences into valuable lessons. Number 5, he constantly seeks approval. He feels the need to impress others all the time. He tries to project an image of success to gain praise and recognition. When his self-worth depends on other people's opinions, even small criticism becomes a major problem. Genuine confidence comes from within, not from external validation. Number 6, he listens only to reply. During conversations, he's more focused on what he's going to say than on what the other person is saying. He interrupts, jumps to conclusions, and rarely tries to understand a different perspective. As a result, he misses valuable opportunities to learn and build stronger relationships. Listening well is one of the clearest signs of wisdom. Number 7, he mocks people who are trying to improve. When he sees someone studying, building better habits, or working toward a better life, he makes jokes or tries to discourage them. Instead of being inspired by other people's success, he criticizes those who are making progress. This behavior often reveals insecurity and fear of facing his own limitations. Encouraging others to grow is also a sign of intelligence. Number 8, he refuses to change his mind. Even when the evidence clearly proves him wrong, he continues defending the same opinion just to avoid admitting his mistake. He mistakes pride for strength and stubbornness for confidence. This attitude prevents personal growth. Truly wise people understand that changing their minds can be a sign of maturity. Want to elevate your wisdom and make more conscious decisions? Discover the power of silence according to...
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, you want it? To the World Cup game day live on TalkSport. I'm your host, Jeremy O'Hara. Alongside me, Thomas Tuchel's biggest fan, Rory Jennings. It's been 3 days since England crashed out of the World Cup. The anger is still there. One more game though tonight, the bronze final against France. Are you buzzing at the prospect of a World Cup bronze medal? Well, here's the big question to really angry ones out there.
Pensa. Don't be so sure. Don't be so sure. Это. Vento Nast.
Mr. President, it's General Marvel at the Pentagon line.
This is Dugan. President, I'm afraid we have a heck of a situation down here. How bad could it be, Ben? According to NORAD, we've got Soviet aircraft coming at us from all directions and ground troops pushing up through Mexico. I don't know how they snuck in on us.
You better double check this with NORAD. This doesn't make any sense. I'll call the Kremlin.
Will do.
Premier Romanov here.
What's going on over there, Alex?
Why, Mr. President, whatever do you mean?
Alex, I have, you're throwing everything you've got at us, Alex. We're supposed to be allies, you maniac. I'm the one that put you into office.
Listen very carefully. I am not your pet, Mr. President. We Romanovs have our legacy to consider.
I don't give a wooden nickel about your legacy. You call them off. Alex, you call them off. You know, we'll retaliate.
But don't be so sure, Mr. President.
Sir, verification?
You betcha.
Sweet mother. It's time to hit back. Make it happen.
Yes, sir. This is General Carville. Soviet invasion confirmed. Execute bomb charter 010 Adam Delta Charlie.
Air confirmation. Missiles prime.
Arm.
Ano. Idem dole.
Missile command.
10 seconds to launch. Open the missile silos. Jerry, what? We have to open the silos or they'll explode under... The silo doors are closed. This is suicide.
Is it done, Yuri?
No, Comrade Premier. It has only begun.
To máme 3. Tu máme 1. No čo pičný speed?
Boom, like this, party board up. Finish file, T1, farm, 7, 6, 6. Even if Portugal topped their group, they wouldn't have played Egypt. They would still have to play Egypt. They have to play Cape Verde, Egypt, and then Portugal. And then Portugal. Come on, bro. Lock in. That seems like a You want the healer, though. Healer. We want healer. No, we have a healer. That's the other question. Can you please tell me what is the perfect price for a weapon level 80 with Astral Guardian enchant? Who's selling off of a secret user? An Astral Guardian enchant. I have to check what that is. What kind of juicy? Ooh. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Come in here, bro. We got a juicer party. Let's go. Bro, we're about to clap this. Straight up. We're about to clap this, boy. About to farm so fast, you guys don't even know. We're about to farm this so fast, back to back. Is it balanced sky already? No, I'm not gonna craft it yet. I'm saving for the juicy 78, 79. Come on, bro. I'm not rich like you guys. I'm broke. I'm not like you. Astral Guardian. Astral Guardian. Wait, what is the potential stat called? Yeah, downgrade to 70. Yeah, I'm cooked. We can downgrade too, bro. Apparently we can downgrade too. Nah, dude, that's too cooked, man. That's too cooked. I can't even AoE before they die, bro. Yeah, we got all the exploders in one team, guys. It's gonna be crazy. We got the Ventis. We got the Turban Bow. We got the Kevin Orb. We got the Wand Abuser. All we're missing is a Wand Gauntlet Abuser. That's it. Astral Guardian was the thing. You have to find it in English, bro. Oh, we got all the juicers, man, in one team. Hell yeah. We're gonna one-shot the boss. You guys ready to see one-shot T1? Are you guys ready for a one-shot T1? Like you never seen before? Don't worry, bro. One day I'll be rich like you guys. One day. It's not today. It's not tomorrow. Maybe not in a week. Maybe not in 3 weeks, but one day I will be rich and have some lucent. That's the only thing stopping me, bro. If I had the lucent, oof. It'll be over. Maybe I just need to start swiping my credit card. Maybe I can't stay free to play anymore, man. I think it's finally time to join the dark side. Now watch this. Let's see how fast we kill this. Go, bro. Go, 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 go. Oh yeah, the 1060. Okay. Okay, now he has defensives. He has defensives. Just watch. Okay, guys. Oh my god, we lost the Tevin door. Okay, watch this. Watch this HP, okay? Even though we lost the Tevin door. After he's done, after this one is done, this is the debuff he has. Just watch. Okay, now look. Look at his HP, look at his HP. Okay, it's not as crazy as I thought. I thought it was gonna be crazier, honestly. It's pretty good still. It's still good. It's just not as crazy as I thought. Maybe if we had the Tevin Orb alive, it's faster. How much time we have? Like 20 minutes until boss? Oh, let's juice it. We should be able to juice like at least 5 runs. Back to back. We need to get the seal key so we can make 50 lucid, yeah? We need to get that 50 lucent, bro. We're desperate. 50 lucent is 50 lucent. Why did me and Rakas replace you, bro? What is this guy saying? Wait, he...
Oh.
Oh, my ult wasn't up yet. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. I actually killed him there. Like, for some reason, I thought my ult was up, so I let him do that. That's actually very sad. You shouldn't have done that, man. I thought that was so bad. It's actually so sad. I could have killed him. Because I actually did it first. Fucking stupid, man. Making stupid mistakes like that. I have to run easy lane. I think you got the old off right. I mean, I was dead interesting. Problem was when he eat into me over here, I didn't walk forward fast enough. So it was League of Legends.
Liga é tá não.
That's not quite well. So, I mean, I don't mind TFT. I didn't play this set or the last set, but I played the set 4 set for that and original TFT. Yeah, I just years now. No.
The pitches. The pitches, ten za te chory pitches. Te chory jedinec.
That's it. Classic League, yeah. It's on TV. There's some type of TV stuff.
Už je tu pitches fázi. Je tu.
Standesdu. Ten som ti povedal, keby viem, čo to znamená. Už si nepamätám. Napíšem ti, že ich hajse máte verbistu a to je všetko. To končí. Dobre, this. Poďme na futbalík. Poďme na futbalík a ja si idem si behnúť po Coca-Colu.
I'm surprised they didn't give Bruce Samba a little bit of a run out. It's a bit harsh on Bruce Samba, but I suppose he's gone what he wants to do in it. So obviously last game of Mike Maignan, you know, so they probably want to leave on a high. So Mike Maignan's final game will be this game right here, people. So yeah, there you have it, guys. There you have it. That's how it's looking right now. Big up the people, big up to everyone that's locked in right now. Mainoo's gone home. He's not on the bench. He's told Tuchel to do one, as he should, really. As he should. Tell Tuchel to do one. Stick it up your ass, mate. See you later. Bye-bye. I ain't concerned. Leave us alone. And we move, man. Why shouldn't he, bro? I don't think he can play for Ghana yet. He's played enough games. So I don't think he can play for Ghana. That's the only saddest thing about it. Yeah, exactly. Pickford, why is Pickford should be ready. Trafford should be starting. I don't know why he's gone with Jordan Henderson, Dean Henderson. It don't make sense for me. But anyway, we're playing in, is this Miami? Is this Miami, guys? Is this Miami, chat? Guys, let me know. Is this Miami? Where are they playing, guys? It must be Miami, innit? It must be Miami, chat. It must be Miami. But yeah, guys, what's your predictions today, chat? Let's get your predictions involved. Recently watched Early Night. It's such a baller. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, bro. Fair play, fair play. Yeah, it's apparently meant to be hot conditions. Why is he playing Saka though, or Rice? Weren't Declan Rice on his feet? Weren't Saka meant to be injured?
Trapped.
Like, I don't get it, guys. What the hell's going on?
I got trapped by the ward.
Chat, let me know, chat. I thought, why would you want to play Saka in a meaningless game like today? And Declan Rice, who's meant to be finished. Why would you play Declan Rice? It don't make sense, guys. Don is gassed. I seen it, man. I seen it. That rest of the game was dark, bro. It weren't dark, man. It was all right. Rabiot, yeah, but that's only Rabiot really in the midfield. There is no Chouameni. There's no Kone. They've got two midfielders in that are new. So yeah. If Rice gets injured today, obviously you don't want to see that in football, but it's madness. I don't know how British people praise insubordination. And maybe that's why you never get to win. Leaving a camp that is mad no matter what reason, especially if just not playing. Yeah, Tony's playing though. Tony's playing. Played the whole Arsenal team. Hey. But anyway, they got Zolis though, innit? They got Zolis, who they've never watched, by the way, Arsenal fans. I don't know how many of them have watched Zolis, but Zolis is going to be the answer, though, isn't it? It ain't easy. Man like Zolis. 2 shots as a Chelsea agent. Cook Truth. Monday. You are putting the work in the World Cup. Come on, bro. That's what we do, man. That's what we do. That's what we do around here, bro. We put in the work in. And alhamdulillah, you feel me? Life is good, man. Life is good. Life is good, man. You need to taste water before you taste champagne. Hendo on the bench with a cast before him. Crazy, man. I think France are beating England easy. I'm gonna go France 3-1. Maybe 3-0. I don't know. We'll see. But I can see England getting moved to today. I'll be real with you. I can see England getting moved to. But we'll see, man. We'll see how they cope. Mbappe obviously is on. He wants to get more goals. The dictator said, "Yo," the manager said to the dictator, "Yo, do you want a break?" He said, "Break? Let me smack you in the face right now about break. I don't know anything about break. Are you crazy?" Man said to me, "Break," you know. What do you mean, break?
Somebody just said low.
Are you crazy?
Yes.
Right, we're off, guys. We're off. Oh, I knew it'd be that. I knew it'd be like that.
You want to get
But yeah, we've kicked off, chat. Kicked off. Just gonna adjust the time up. Is this on, by the way, both ITV and BBC? I'd rather watch on ITV. Oh, it's not. Rugby's on ITV. How greedy! How greedy! Let's get these lights up, chat. Let's get these lights up. I've not even got the timer on yet, so get these lights up, guys. You can still go to boot as well. Yeah, you can do. Here comes Rashford just running into blind alleys. You know what I mean, bro? Come on, man, Rashford. You know better than that. But we should be level now. Timer should be correct. The timer should be correct, guys. We've got 1,000 people here and only 140 likes. Come on. Saying Chelsea paid 117 million tells me one of Palmer Enzo is leaving, surely. How can Chelsea afford that without Europa alone? Listen, they probably got investment somewhere. You know what I mean? They probably, you know, I don't know. They do sell well, to be fair. And they're about to sell Jackson as well. Godson, oi, that's a good cross from Rashford. They do sell well, and they're probably going to sell Jackson for about 50 million, 60 million. I bet you. Give you any money, they sell Jackson for 60 million. Man says Santos money. Get out of here. Yeah, big up to AJ, man. It was a tough watch. Let's hope he gets better against Rosenberg, eh? Got Rosenberg on Friday, so hopefully he gets better. It's Desi Doué. Got space on that side. Why do you look at Mbappe? It's Declan Rice. Have a shot. Oh, what a goal! Declan Rice.
Anglicko do vedenia a zároveň vy ste sa práve pripravili o voľný chat. Ja som si to našťastie nevyspoiloval, ale všimol som si, že niekto tam napísal gól Anglicko.
Už dali gól. Angličania pekne rýchlo. Zaujímavé.
Arching his back for, man. Came back the problem. Has a habit of doing that. It's coming out, guys. Yo, big up to you. You weren't invited. Yo, listen, I'm glad I wasn't invited.
Čo je pičný fázy?
Chce ešte 10 nebo víc. Fú. Jednu malú kolu mám ešte v chladničke a ďalších... Dokopy ich mám 6. 6 malých Coca-Col dokopy, ešte mi zosúvajú 6. A ešte táto jedna veľká, ktorú mám takmer. Takže tak, ja som dal bratovi nejaké Coca-Coly, lebo on akože má celkom rád, tak nejaké som dal jemu, nejaké som vypil postupne počas majstrovstiev, takže zostalo mi ich v úvodzovkách iba 6. Takých malých pol-litrových. Takže tak. Martin Surák, ďakujem veľmi pekne za like channel. Díky moc.
Oh my God! Deflected. Oh, England are cooking, man. Where was this England? Where was this England, man? Look at this, man. Your man are cooking out here, bro. England on the front foot. England playing without pressure. Is that what we're doing? Are we like Arsenal? It's crazy.
Dobre páni, balíme, keby nejaké píkošky zametajte si, snáď sa vidíme zajtra. Tak zatiaľ páni, držme sa.